Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, July the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me and see my screen. Lots and lots happening this morning. So Palantir. So I look at Palantir, PLTR, check to see what the headline is. And Wedbush is calling it the Messi of AI with a bullish outlook on the golden track to success with I think, a $25 price target. So the deal with Palantir, of course, is that one of the reasons why, I mean, this is a big move, 6%, 1.77 billion in the float. So, it is still going to take a bunch to move it. And nobody is saying it's getting to 25 anytime, certainly not today. But Wedbush is definitely, it's quite the call for them. The Messi of AI. If you don't know, if you think I'm saying messy as an unclean, then you better bone up on your soccer, or excuse me, your football. Now, lots is happening. I mean, I almost wanted to start earlier, guys. There's so many earnings plays. SNBR, let's take a look at SNBR. So what I've done right now is I've sorted. Now, if you have my pre-market actives up and down, this is what I would do. Look how full this column is right now, the earnings date column. Then I've sorted on it, double left click, sorted on it. So anything in minus 0.25 or 0.25 is an earnings play today. You can see them all. And those are the ones on the way up, and these are the ones on the way down. So there's that SN. And of course, what I like to do is maybe look at the ones sort of in my price range, but notwithstanding that, I will take a look at ENPH. But SNBR, big gap down on earnings through the 200-day moving average. So the next low looking left underneath is about 26. So it's at 28.08 right now. ENPH, another big gap down on earnings, 13% down. Look at this big gap down. And I don't know where there's any really near-term support for ENPH. Let's back out this weekly chart just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's maybe some support, but boy, this is a big gap down for ENPH. Stiga, let's back up here. Just give me a moment here. I want to see some of the ones that are moving first also. So Rita is a buyout, guys. This is a huge buyout by Biogen. Rita, RETA, is a buyout. So nothing to see here. Great. If you were a shareholder of Rita and woke up this morning, you are happy. What a great weekend present. So Rita has been bought out by $7.3 billion deal by Biogen. No, IFBD was not on my list, but it's just popping up now. IFBD. This is a low float, 4.3 million in the float. SIGA, SIGA. Company announced a $138 million US government contract for its drug or its treatment. So there is SIGA, SIGA, big gap up coming into the 200-day moving average. 643 right now, 680 is the 200-day moving average. Fix. The fix is in. FIXX. FIXX. Well, maybe a little interesting. Pre-market is right now 115. Yeah, I don't know what the news on this one is. Yeah, I don't know what the news is. So they've downgraded. Okay, so this is sort of a weirdly, they probably had a much bigger price target. So they've downgraded it. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I saw 15. I'm sorry. I was going to say a 15, but I missed that decimal point. So forget about that one. Cour, COUR, another earnings play. And let's see, Truist Securities Gold target 15, so that's not a big deal. I'm looking Cantor Fitzgerald. Cantor Fitzgerald, price target of 17. See if there anybody else doing it. There's a lot happening. I almost wanted to get this room going even an hour earlier with me on the mic. There's just so much happening. BJDX. Now yesterday's high was 951. Super crazy low float, 569,000 in the float. This is of course the one that did the reverse split. So actually, this is the right float number, I guess now. Okay, this has been split. This has been reverse split adjusted, so that is the right float number. I remember this one. This was the one that I traded. You mean the $1 billion that he was offered, Steve? Yeah, isn't that insane? For 1 year. For 1 year. Let's see what else. Tupperware. I mean, this won't die yet, guys. TUP just isn't dead yet. TUP. The next high looking left is I think around $4. TUP. And Carvana will not die either, no matter how many times these brokers come in and try to slam it down with these super low price targets. Carvana will not die. And there was some, let's see, this was yesterday after hours. Okay. Carvana fully satisfies public issuance requirement. Okay. Number one. Number two, I think they raised some money. I sworn I saw some money also. So Carvana just will not die. Juniper, JNPR. I mean, guys, again, there's just so many earnings plays. Here's another one though, JNPR. JNPR earnings play, gapping down on earnings. I mean, look at this gap down. I mean, it's right down here at 27 something. Look, it's taking this all out. The next, wow, in fact, the next low looking left, 26.25. This is a big float, 317 million in the float. We have to start paying way more attention again to these reverse splits. Look at View. What I'm going to do this weekend, I have a site. Of course, it looks at the upcoming reverse splits and the excuse me, and the multiples or the ratios. So, I mean, look at this one. This is a, excuse me, guys, just 1 second. The early morning fog in the throat. But VIEW did, I think it was a 1 for 16 or 1 for 17 reverse split yesterday and had a little pop. But look at it today now, up 9%. We have no float information on it right now. First Solar, guys. Here's a, I mean, this could be an awesome, earnings release. So this is up 12%, 100 million in the float. So they released earnings. Look at this gap up, looking left for First Solar. The next high is around 229, and after that, around 231. So if you're into the little more expensive ones, this is still has some room for solar FSLR. You know what? And the market is in for another. It's like yesterday. We had a big market was in for a big pop yesterday. Of course, it faded for the balance of the day, and well, that streak of 13 days up was over for the Dow. Did not quite set the record of 14, but the market's in for a big pop so far this morning. What else? OKYO. Again, this is a cheap one. I am not as interested, though this one is interesting, as I said that. OKYO Now, this is a new agreement with Tufts Medical Center. Okay, so they've got some news. It's at the 200-day moving average, 184, a little bit above the 200-day moving average, sort of at the VWAP. Big deal, of course, looking left. 263 is the next high looking left for OKYO. Low float, 25 million in the float. I was going to say I'm way more interested in concentrating on the earnings plays. There's just so many earnings plays, and what we're seeing, what I'm seeing anyway, with some of the earnings plays that I'm following, you're getting great trends. If their earnings play up or earnings play down, typically you'll see a nice trend in the direction. Not a lot of chop up and down. These small ones can give you a lot of chop. Oh, how do you stop auto scrolling of tickers? I sort of remember that. I can't remember. I'm sorry, SX. I can't. Maybe just do either do an account refresh or reboot trade ideas. There was some. It happened months ago. I'm sorry. I just cannot remember. Maybe if Pepe's here, he might remember. If not, I'm going to have to send you to our tech support. Okay. Oh yeah. Paradox. We know. I mean, it's a bunch of nonsense. These reverse splits. Do you think, for instance, that this news all of a sudden happened today? I mean, they actually have news, something about a European patent, that they didn't know about it when the stock was like 10 cents. Of course they did. But all we're trying to do as intraday traders is take advantage of the move. Let's see what other earnings plays are there. CNHI. CNHI is another earnings play on the way down through the 200-day moving average. Another one. Look at this, through the 200-day moving average. Again, now my daily chart, that blue line you see is the 200-day moving average. So that's another gap down below the 200-day moving average, 1449. All right, what I'm going to do now is just take a quick look at the upgrades and downgrades. You guys can hear me okay in YouTube? Do a check in YouTube test. Okay, thank you, David. And bonjour. Bonjour, comment ça va, Monsieur Bernier? Stocks, upgrades, and downgrades. Let's take a look at the upgrades first. Actually, a bigger downgrade upgrade list than we've seen for a while. Let's see if there's anything interesting. All right. Well, ASX. I think somebody mentioned that already in the room, but let's take a look at ASX. ASX. Goldman has upgraded it. Buenos dias in our YouTube room. Goldman has upgraded it to 920, so it's about $1 away from that. Not saying nobody's saying it's getting there. That's an upgrade from 660 to 920 by Goldman. You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to I'll get them all in, and then I'll take a look at some of them, get them on a chart just to see if there's anything interesting happening. There's that Coor. The Crocs is up. Let's see, Stifel is upgrading them. I know it had earnings. I think it fell on earnings yesterday. PRP, guys. I think PRP is a. I'll have to check. I thought it was an earnings play also. All right, let me just check to see if there's anything kind of interesting. So yeah, so Cantor Fitzgerald and others have upgraded Coeur price target of 17. This is an earnings play today. COUR. So 17. So yeah, let's take a look left. Owens Corning. Is this an earnings play today? Let's take a look at Owens Corning. OC, not an earnings play, but it has been upgraded by a JP Morgan to 133. So you're a little late, JP. All right, from 95 to 133. So you're a little late on this. Make sure these are not downgrades. No, those are upgrades. I'm I'm looking for Morgan Stanley. I don't see any Morgan Stanley upgrades this morning. California Water by Janney. Let's take a look at CWT with a 66 price target. Let's see what it's at now. Okay, well, California Water upgraded by Janney Montgomery Scott with no volume at all on it, but they put a $65 price target on it. They put a price target on Cutter CUTR from yesterday. What a great yesterday was such an awesome day for trends. Yeah, I mean Cutter if it takes out 20 could get going. All right, let me take a look at some of the downgrades now. All right, here we go now. Let's take a look at TSVT because this is a downgrade by Morgan Stanley. Okay, so oops, did it in wrong. The TSVT has been downgraded by Morgan Stanley. Let's take a look at TSVT. And it's been downgraded to what's going on with these guys? It's been downgraded to 13, but it's at 7.99 now. So okay, fine. The ENPH has been downgraded to 171 by Wells Fargo. That's the earnings play today. ENPH downgraded by Wells Fargo to 171. I don't understand when are these guys coming out with these? Don't they realize that it's at 146 now? BIOL, guys. I'm just hearing BIOL in my gap ups. Just hearing it. BIOL. We just finish up with these upgrades and downgrades. All right, I'm going to take a look at one more to see if this upgrade is having any or downgrade is having any effect at all. PRFT, or is it already at the downgrade price? Yeah, so I'm not quite understanding this. 84 down to 70 by JP Morgan. Actually, PRFT has been downgraded by several firms, Scotiabank and JP Morgan. and it's not an earnings play because I've had earnings on the 27th. This was the beauty yesterday. SHYF downgraded to 16. Well, we know it's there. What a beauty this one was yesterday. All right, guys, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades by from briefing.com this morning. BIOL was 100 for one. Okay. Which means this was an 8-cent stock. I don't see the ratio, but I'll trust you guys that it was a 100 for one. All right. I just want to take a look at XLE and see where it is with relation to the 200-day moving average. All right. Well, we're getting back to it, guys. So remember, this was the only major sector for the longest time that was below the 200-day moving average. All the other major sectors were above. But you can see right now that it's sitting right on the 200-day moving average. 84.64 is the 200-day moving average, and it's sitting right at it. So the IOL guys, yeah, these. Thank you, JJ. So there's a confirmation that that was a 1 for 100 reverse split. What a joke. X. Brilliant guy, but a bit of a strange guy. That's all I can say. Just trying to shake things up. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to be creating a list of the reverse splits that are coming up. Understanding that these are insanely risky. All right, Skechers. Skechers is also an earnings play, guys. SKX is also an earnings play, getting right into maybe a resistance area. If it can crack through 55.71, looks like 55.55, so about $1 away from the highs on the weekly chart. This would be an all-time high, I believe. I believe if it takes out that 55, why don't I just put an alert up there? What did it do in the pre-market? Got up to around 54.50, and it looks like the high here is 55.52. So that within it's about $1, came within $1 of the all-time high, I believe. And that is Skechers, SKX. SKX. Okay, Stratasys. Well, let's take a look at some more of these earnings plays. Did I mention Juniper? I think I mentioned Juniper. Yeah, I'm sure I did. Big gap down. Next low looking left is 26.32, so about $1 away. Big flow. Yeah, I now recall. It is a reverse split. Well, what y'all are showing for the, let me take a look, see if they've got this updated at the very least what it was before. So it's either a million or I don't know. It's either a million for BIOL. Okay, probably a million. Okay, they seem to have a way in which they can show the numbers right away, as opposed to having to wait for well, today's the 28th. Usually the reverse splits and the floats are, or sorry, the floats and the float short float percent are updated twice a month. Not by us, and that's just sort of industry wide. But I'm going to suggest that it's about a million, okay, for BIOL. When they do a reverse split, doesn't it hammer the entry price of a current shareholder? Not quite sure I know what you mean. I mean, it's all adjusted. So you have it's all adjusted. I mean, so your the number of shares you have would be you divide whatever that ratio is, but the share price goes up the same. Whoops, what do we got here? So I'm not sure I know what you mean. There's the Skechers guys, SKX, sorry. That's now at the high of the pre-market. So if you had 1,000 shares of a stock and it did a 1-for-10 reverse split, you'd now have 100, but at 10 times the price. So I don't know what you mean exactly. The market cap, remains the same. Boy, this Skechers guys, I mean, this looks like I believe this is going to be, if this is not an all-time high, this is very close. Look at that now, 98.2%. So I'm pretty sure that this is an all-time high. Last week, which was 55.52. Oh, okay, guys. So this again, this Skechers. All right, got to put an alert here. Got to put an alert at that 55, 55, 52. Well, of course, David. I mean, it doesn't mean, yeah. The second they do the reverse split, it's going to be reflected in your account. But then, of course, the stock can move. CLS guys, kind of interesting. This was an earnings play yesterday, and initially the reaction was really good, but then it sank all day. And now I do notice that it had an upgrade this morning. CLS. Newell guys, okay, NWL. This is sort of an interesting trader sometimes. NWL. In fact, look at this. The next high looking left is 1202. This is an earnings play also. NWL. what's going on with BBIG. What time is it now? 9:29. So the market's going to open in half a minute. Let's take a look at BBIG. I know it had a big day yesterday and then a drop. Don't know. Looks like it's, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of crazy. It's not, but I've seen this before. 20, yeah, I don't know. All right, guys, we are now open for business. So let's have a great end of this trading week, everybody. Yeah, I've seen this. These are TradingView charts, of course, and I've seen this with TradingView before with the BBIG, but I cannot tell you. BIOL, guys. Mini me. Now I got you. Not minim. Mini me. BJDX, BGDX, BJDX, guys. They said the reverse split. I think it was on the 24th. So it's been halted on the way up. Yeah, Rita is a buyout profit, just in case you don't know. Not necessarily, though, David. I mean, not necessarily. Is it a, I mean, look at some of these recent reverse splits. If you're in that and then they pop, but it all depends on the reverse split, of course. China education, guys. Now, I did see that I think EDU might have had earnings, but TAL, China education. Billy, guys, BILI. Look at this. So what's China doing? Just in general, okay? I'm going to get in KWEB. So look at China. So China stocks are flying right now. Okay, as we speak, China stocks are flying. Okay, doesn't mean they're going to continue, but look at XPEV. Look at XPEV taking out the 2 day ago high. Of course, you're around 2 days ago. You know the reason for this big pop was the $700 million investment by Volkswagen in XPEV. Wow, look at First Solar. Holy smokes, look at First Solar taking it on the chin. I mean, really taking it on the chin. What's going on here? I mean, this was an earnings play. Look really good pre-market, after hours, pre-market. Market opens just getting absolutely slammed. Palantir, guys, PLTR making a new high. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a bit. Market's in for a big open, and we've got that open. Okay, guys, Juniper is just hitting my 10-day daily breakdown, and it has room underneath, about $1.50 or so underneath. It's a little early. It's a little early. See if it holds under 28. I'm watching Juniper here, guys. I know that I might break a rule. I might break a rule just because of the gap. All right, I took some Juniper, guys, just in case it gets anywhere close to 28. Again, I don't like doing these trades right off the bat, but I'm talking about the JNPR. All right. Well, working for me right now. Looking for one more little leg down. It might take some profit because I'm always worried it's just going to jump. Okay, I've just taken some off. I just took some off around the 50 mark for Juniper. Here's another one, guys. So here's another one on the way down, CNHI, another earnings play. But there's the Juniper, the 28. I took it just underneath 28. I just wanted to see if it would hold under 28. I've covered probably, yeah, I've covered most of it around the 27.50 mark because I just don't trust, that it's not going to pop right back up again. All right, Cutter, guys. Cutter, CUTR, right at 20. Yeah, Juniper continues down. Ford. Boy, we're getting some on. I haven't really checked the ones moving higher. Okay, Siga, 656. What is it at now? 656. So that was on the option scanner, 656. Okay. Hey, good exit so far for me on the Juniper. It's popped right back up, so took a quick profit on that. Okay, guys, China Education, TAL on the move here, but I think there's just most of the China stocks are just ripping. Now, the next high looking left is 8, I think. I think. Yeah, the next high looking left on the weekly chart, guys, is 8 for TAL. This is a big float. Okay, I'm not saying that's where it's getting to, but I mean, you just look at the weekly chart, and that is the next high for TAL. Boy, Ford is getting hit. I know I read something about Ford having to drop prices on their with their Lightning truck. So Ford is getting hit coming into the 200-day moving average, 1285. Let's see what it does right there. That 1285. Will it hold and bounce? Okay, Okio. Showed up on my 10-day daily breakout at 261. Ooh, there's top on the way down now. I don't think it's shortable for me right now. No, not yet anyway. Interactive Brokers. I think that might have been just reiterating the news that I read this morning regarding Ford. But here's another one. Recalls 870,000 F-150 trucks over unexpected parking brake activation. So that could also be a reason. Yeah, Peter. Yeah, we just saw that, or I just posted that. GRP, I think, was an earnings play, and initially it was pretty good. I mean, it had popped up Canadian stock. and now just sinking here. All right, how is SIGA doing? 656 was the alert, so it's really not moved. Now, you can see one reason why it could stall. There's that 200-day moving average. There's the 200-day moving average looming on top of it, 680, and it got up to 665. Okay, FTI was huge yesterday, guys. It was a big, big play yesterday in the option scanner, but I think obviously on the way down. This now it's turned around 814. So the high yesterday was nice. So obviously it's got about $1 to the next to the high of yesterday. So it's trying to have a bit of a turnaround day, FTI. I forgot to mention this one. I know that SG is an earnings play. The wheat green, I thought it was a Canadian stock, but it's not. So look at the room it's got. Boy, this is an interesting one. Just underneath the whole number. The next low looking left looks like it's around 13, guys. So this has some room on the way down. This is SG. Boy, look at First Solar. That's to me, that's the stunner of the day. Okay, guys, there's the SIGA. So SIGA at a critical level right there. Well, look what it did. It popped up to that 200-day moving average, and that stalled it so far. In fact, it stalled it in a big way. I think this is another earnings play. Yes, Avantar, guys, AVTR. This is the one I think that had all those lofty price targets put on it, $45 or so. So this is an earnings play, and it is stinking now. Let's see if 20 holds it. AVTR. Let's see if 20 can hold it. Super cheap one, MRSN. Well, I mean, it's got room, obviously, in the weekly chart, $4. Tupperware, guys, maybe finally it's over. You can see why I like to wait the first 15 minutes. I mean, things can get so jumpy. There's the FTI, guys, FTI. Okay, guys, Carvana making a high here, CVNA making a high. I'm going to have to look if there's any news on First Solar. This is to me the stunner of the day. There's a $20 drop from more than a $20 drop from the pre-market. Plans to invest $1.1 billion in US factory. I mean, I don't know if that's new news. Maybe that's the reason. I don't know. You can open them now, Leah. They're going to work for you. I can tell you. No, I know First Solar had earnings. I know that, but look at the initial reaction in the pre-market. This was a great looking earnings play. I actually was thinking, even though I don't usually trade stocks of this nature in terms of the price, but I was thinking about doing something with this because the next high was about $10 away. But the market opened and it just crashed. PJ, you were mentioning QS, well, the weekly high. Yesterday's high was, yeah, I remember this one now. Yeah, this just ripped higher, 1329 before it really sold off. That's a big sell off back down to 1080. Of course, the market had the big sell off yesterday. Okay, guys. So things now it's 9:45. So now I can maybe take a harder look. What's KWeb doing? Just want to see how the rest of how China in theory is doing, or the rest of China. So had a big pop up on that first 15-minute chart. Okay. Now it's sort of settling. So how is Tal doing right now? Doing the same thing, sure. So it's doing the same thing, but Billy looks like it's moving higher. Yeah, Billy, BILI. I mean, this is moving higher. China stock. But look at the view, guys. So again, the reverse split yesterday. Probably has about 1.5 million in the float. Okay, for view, view, and the thundering herd. You guys can't hear my dog, I'm sure, but hey, Pepe, I got an email this morning from if you're in the room from StreamYard talking about noise canceling from within their platform. Now that won't help this room, but I thought that was interesting. Simo, guys, is an earnings play. Now, this is the one that just got creamed, of course, because all of a sudden that merger was, I don't know, called off. I'm sure they're, so you can see what happened. It was a couple of days ago. The merger was called off with, or the company that was merging with them said there were some allegations. I don't want to use the word fraud, but there was some, something they didn't like. And so this just, I mean, because Simon was supposed to be bought out, merged with this company at around $95, and then he just got hammered down. But this is an earnings play today, Simo. All right, there's Sleep Number, SNBR. Okay, now I missed the alert. How did I miss that alert? 2658. Suvo, I can tell you how you can get a copy. By the way, anybody new to the room or new to the room this week, welcome again. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and at least 3 p.m. Eastern time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Okay, so oops, I put it in the YouTube room also. So all the scans that you see, I am sharing. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit until you see the scan section. Okay, click here. So there's the option plays right here. Okay, the option plays right there. I have the don't repeat version right here. So you see the first time the alert happened. Got to look at SKX now. And here are the other ones that I talk about a lot. The breakouts and the breakdowns, and they're right here. Okay, so you can kind of pick and choose what you want. I've got my single stock window if you want that, and also the Halse resumes. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I don't know what the heck I was doing at 9:47, but I missed the boat on this SNBR so far. Anyway, there was the alert on the option scanner. 20. Oops, where are you now? There you are at 26:58. So again, this don't repeat. All it means is there's the first time the alert happened that met all the filter requirements. 9:47 the time, Eastern time. The price was 26.58. And this version is the repeating version. So every time SNBR would make a new low, you will see it. Now, SNBR has a bit of a spread issue, 25.81, 26 right now. Let's see if it can settle down because underneath, I think it's got room down to about 24. Wow, Siga just, well, there's so much happening, guys. Again, just like yesterday. SKX, let's take a look at SKX. So this is now almost an all-time high. SKX is basically an all-time high. And this is an earnings play, SKX. Skechers, never owned a pair. Roku. Okay, let's take a look at Roku. I had a chance to look at Roku. I know it's an earnings play. Nice. Okay, where's that PJ? So Weight Watchers now, interesting level. Of course, it had a big sell-off like most of the stocks in the market yesterday. Okay. So Weight Watchers, I'm not supposed to say Weight Watchers. The heck with it. Weight Watchers is just over $11 now. And so of course the high yesterday was 12. So it's got room. If the market continues to recover, this could have a nice run to that 12 level. Wow, Siga. I mean, oh, is this shortable for me? Siga? Yeah, there is shortable for me too. Okay, guys, I'm short Siga. I want to see, it's a chase, but it's underneath six. If it gets back up to six, I'm covering. So this is just going to be maybe a very quick short. And of course, the reason being is that you look left, and of course, yesterday's closed at five, so lots of room underneath. But I've got to be careful. I just have to watch it. If it gets close to six, I'm out. I don't really expect much because I mean, it's had, obviously some decent news, but So it's kind of more of like a little scalp type trade for me. Hmm. Okay, guys. So I think Tal is probably moving. I did not take it. Yeah. Wow. Why didn't I take it? Look at this. The 10-day daily breakout, 711, and now 758. China moving. So if you've taken any China stock, my recommendation is you put KWeb as a thumbnail chart just to keep an eye on what the overall China stocks are doing. And you can see exactly what's happening. I mean, China's just exploding out of here now, too. Okay, guys, I covered the SIGA. Okay, just basically flat. I wanted to see if it get into the 570. I may look at it again if it gets down to 580, say 5. Okay, CLS. CLS on the move on that upgrade. High yesterday was 2066. So it's a little bit too close for me. 2066, a little bit too close. I know you can put CWeb. I don't know what I mean, I know they're both China ETFs, but what trades more? All right. So CWeb, I mean, they both look the same, 395,000 shares. Let's take a look at KWeb. So, I mean, this obviously trades a lot more. So I will stick with KWeb, but they're both the same in terms of a look. Ooh, Siga. IFBD. Again, I'm shying away from these little ones right now, guys, while we're in earning season. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with them, except that for me anyway, they're just. I'm more interested in these earnings plays, than these smaller ones. Once we're out of earnings season, of course, the smaller ones will probably get attractive again. CMRE is an earnings play. CMRE is an earnings play. 1126 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And after that, guys, if this takes out 1126, I think that's the high. 1126, and the next high after that is 1087. I'm sorry, 1087, 1177. So there is some room. There is some room if it can take out that 1126, and that's the CMRE, and that is an earnings play. Costamare. Leah, I don't know if you opened your eyes yet, but tough moving down for you. Okay, guys, so things have settled out just a little bit. Okay, back in the Sega, guys, by the way. Okay, remember I said I might take it if it gets into the 80s again, mid 80s. So I'm back in the Sega. So I would be watching First Solar right here, FSLR. I mean, let's see if it has a bounce off 200. I mean, it's right around, well, 199.99 or so. So it's right around that 200 mark. I think I'm gonna have to put an alert just over. So I'm gonna put an alert around 201 and see if it gets back up over 200 and starts to recover a little bit. Meanwhile, again, reverse split, reverse split. View is on the move again. I shorted it again. Who asked the question about? I shorted it again, Siga. Okay, because it showed up here. Okay, my option scanner on the way down. So, but I make it bounced out again. I'm in at 586, so we'll see what happens. No, there's the Costamare guys, CMRE. Just mentioned that one, CMRE. Well, let's take a look at the view and where it could open. Fine. Okay, so first of all, if you're new, this blue window you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with Trade Ideas, and this is his time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So you can't see the symbol, but there's the halt, 1510, and that is for view. And here is the potential open. Okay, 1548. Now look what happened though, 1517. So I mean, this is not written in stone. Normally they are 5 minute halts. 10:01, 34 was the halt. So if it's a 5 minute halt, it'll be 10:06 plus 34 seconds on the open. Okay, Sega. What more? Do you have more left? So I discounted this MRSN, guys, but this has been a pretty good one. I mean, it's a cheap one, MRSN. You know what? I should have looked at this a little more closely because of the gap. Look at the gap, potential gap fill up to $4. It's not going to get there today. I shouldn't say that, but I mean it more almost for sure is not going to. But anyway, there's the gap, potential gap, the void looking underneath. Okay, BZ China guys, BZ China through the 200-day moving average. I believe it's about 1.5 million, the float. Okay. And I think that is split adjusted. Div. Okay. Now, did it open? Not yet. So 10:06 plus 34 seconds. If it's going to be a 5 minute hold. Guys, keep an eye on Palantir, PLTR. This is now starting to give it up. And maybe the messy of AIs, but right now it's starting to give it up a bit. It's underneath the whole number 17. Upper wherever. Really starting to give it up now. Sure, Phil, I will. I'm going to answer first a question in our YouTube room from Peter. So when I add the change from the 200-day SMA to the single stock window, what should I pick? Are you talking about so the change? Well, here's the filter. So Peter, if you right click, just type in 200. Okay. So here's the filter, the change from the 200 days. So you can add that in, if that makes sense. So when you go to your single stock window, you right click, click on configure, and then do the search. Right in the search, type in 200. That'll bring you to it. Change from the 200-day moving average, or 200-day simple moving average, and then you can show the column if that's what you want to do. Okay, and then you'll see it as one of the settings in your single stock window if that's what you want to do. Did that make sense, Peter? Yeah, view opened and immediately. So that's why next week, guys, I'm going to focus on some of these reverse splits that are coming up next week. Okay, who asked that question? Phil, can I explain the two 10-day don't repeat scanners in your arsenal? I love that, my arsenal. So are you talking about this one as an example? Don't repeat option plays? Okay. So what this allows me to do is kind of go back in time and say, okay, what happened from the first alert? So if I look at TUP as an example, SIGA is a bit of a weird one because this was actually anything in blue and light blue is a suggestion to go long. Anything in brown is a suggestion to go short. Okay. So let's look at TUP. as an example. At 9:37, we had an alert to go short at 3:15, a suggestion. In the repeating, this is the repeating version. So every time TUP would make a new low, you would see it here. There, the last time it made a new low was 284. So I can go back and say, okay, what happened from that first alert? CLS, you can see right here at 9:55. The alert was at 2026, met all the filter requirements, but and you can see that's a tremendous one. CLS, CLS is at 2074 from 2026 as an example. So why I like to do well, number one, I like to see well how how good are these alerts? Number one, they remember these are not strategies, they're just they are ideas. So I like to go and but the other one, or other reason is that sometimes, I because of what I'm doing, I don't have I might miss something, even though this is I have a sound alert on this window. I might just miss it. So I can now go back and say, oh, has it moved from that 1120 yet? Well, I look at it right now, it hasn't really moved. Maybe there's chance for me to still get into this one. That was at 10:02, about 10 minutes ago. So maybe there's a chance I could still get into this one as an example. Okay. So I do that for the 10-day daily breakouts and the breakdowns. The same thing. That DR stands for don't repeat. So again, I can see the first time we had the alert. So you can see the first time we had an alert for SNBR was at 26.58, potential short. It got down to 25.60. Or there's a dollar move as an example. Meanwhile, PJ, the soothsayer, QS on the move here. Okay, Peter, a lot of choices to do it right in well, there's no right one, Peter. There's no, when you say which is the right one, there is no right one or wrong one. They're just whatever, I mean, this is what I see in a single stock window. Doesn't mean that's what anybody else should see. So there's no right one. Okay. I mean, personally, I don't really care. I don't really care about how far a stock is away from the simple moving average, but others might. Okay. All I care about with the SMA is where it is. That's me. So does that make sense? So there's no right one because I don't use it. Okay. So I can't say, well, somebody else might say, oh, I love to see, that percent difference from the SMA. But as you can see, I don't use it. All I want to know is what is the 200-day moving average? So Peter, does that make sense? I mean, that's why we have all these different filters and real-time alerts. We have to have so many of them because there are all sorts of different trading styles. So there's no such thing as saying, well, this is the right one to use. Oh man, if I missed the boat on CLS. So that had an upgrade this morning. I was saying yesterday, guys, that if you see, look at my 10-day daily breakout. So there was the first alert at 10:10 for CLS at 2066 and 2026. So isn't that interesting? That's really interesting. So we had on the 10-day daily. No, I'm sorry. I read the time wrong. So at 9:55 on the option scanner, it hit at 2026. And then on the breakout, it hit at 2066. Now, if you're wondering, well, why didn't they happen at the same time? More than likely, one of the filter I've got in here, the tough filter, is that the relative volume has to be 8. Okay, that means it has to be trading 8 times normal. up to this time of day. And here, I believe I have 3. So it's probably that's why it would show up a little earlier here. Now, I always should explain because we get new people in the room all the time now, which is great to see. I don't trade options. But what I'm doing here with this option plays is I'm looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity today. In other words, if I look at QS right now, so you can see the option volume today is 30,000 contracts, which is 1.7 times normal. Okay. So what I do in my options account, what I'm looking for is a minimum of 1.5 times normal. You can see this SG is 2 point, I mean, it's as expressed as a percent, 245%, which is 2.4 times normal. Normal meaning what has been the average over the last 10 days in terms of total contracts. Okay. Okay, guys. So AVTR now is starting to move. Let's see, what could it do? It showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The price was 2045, so it's a little bit below that, but it's just showing up now on the option scanner, 2035. Guys, First Solar, FSLR. I would really keep an eye on this one if you're into the more expensive ones to see if it has any sort of recovery. It looks like it's trying to hold 200. So if you're into the more expensive ones and the longer holds 200, Sky West, I think, or whatever it's called. Yeah, Sky West. It's an earnings play also, and nice gap. Look at the weekly chart on this one. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. I don't think didn't really trade in the pre-market, and it's not really trading that much. It's 5 times normal, but it's only 275,000 shares. Spread's not bad. It's only a 11-cent spread. CMRE did it. Okay. Where was the first alert for it? It really hasn't moved that much. Okay, there's the first alert for it, 11:20. So it hasn't really moved that much. And this is the one I think. Well, okay, 11:26 is the key. So 11:26. That's at 11:25 right now. Why is 11:26 the key? Because if I look left on a weekly chart, that's the next high looking left. And if it can take out 11:26, and the next high is 11:77. So what's the float? 47 million. Monaco, Konstantinos Vasileios. Ooh, Constantinopolis. Man, obviously it's a shipping company. Shouldn't say obviously, but it's a shipping company. And I guess for tax purposes, incorporated in Monaco. I don't think I've seen a Monaco. I don't think I've seen Monaco in here ever. All right, guys. BZ now through that 200-day moving average. China stock. The data is a China stock. I think the negative news on FSLR, certainly the earnings release was not negative. Okay, but I think it. I thought I read something about some kind of a financing, maybe. No, not a financing. So maybe this is what kind of spooked the market. Plans to invest $1.1 billion in U.S. factory. I mean, that's all I could see. But it was a beat on earnings. And again, this was a great move after hours. So the market had a lot of time to digest all that. And it even in the pre-market, it moved it even higher. But once the market opened, so I'm not sure. I just don't know if that 1.1 billion, if that is negative, if that's what the market is perceiving as negative. Okay, what's happening? So Siga, yes. Okay, finally. A little bit of move down now. Sorry, William. I don't even know if you knew I was short Siga. I was going to ban you from the room for life. Okay. Yeah, this crazy view, guys. All right, BZ on the move here now. Let's take a look left again. I think I didn't like it because I thought there might have been a little bit too much resistance not that far away. Okay, FSLR, guys. FSLR. Big level is coming into, I think. I think it's coming into the VWAP. Yeah, 204.17. 204.17 is the VWAP. In fact, you can see that it hit right into it. Not quite, and within $1. But this is a $200 stock. So on a percentage basis, it just about hit right into the VWAP. Well, so much for that little resistance area that I thought for BZ. Palantir continues to move down a little bit, guys. PLTR. Let's see where there is some support. A lot of shares available, of course, to short on Palantir, 45 million. I'm not going to take them all, but yeah, 1606 is yesterday's low. Yeah, go ahead, Paradox. I'm fine. Regarding AI alerts. Okay, guys, I'm definitely interested in this Palantir. The longer it holds under 17, and I'm interested on a short, of course, just because when you look left, of course, yesterday's low was 16, so it's got room underneath. Wow, what a fast morning. Okay, well, this is turning into a nice little play for me now, guys. Second time shorting it for Siga. This one was, has this really, how badly or well has this moved so far? URGN. Boy, guys, there are look at this one. URGN, 1810 on the alert at 10:15. We're at 1858 now. I mean, it's pulled right back down, probably because of the float. Yeah, 19 million in the float. I think somebody said that Be Big is now a pink sheet stock. So it's been, yeah, delisted to the OTC pink sheet stock, Hermes. So, for instance, if you, in your scans, I mean, I think in most of my scans, I'm pretty sure I don't have the OTC. So you go to exchanges. Yeah, see, I don't have them. So if you were wondering, well, why am I not seeing it in your scans? That's because now it's a pink sheet stock. However, I'm wondering if because it's happened just right now. Let me just see if we have it as a pink sheet stock. Yeah, we still will have it listed as a Nasdaq stock, I think. Yeah. Okay, first of all, no, you cannot adjust the names. You got to understand, these were very cutesy names that were given a long time ago. This is going to actually stop Paradox. Okay, you probably only, in fact, most of the time you're going to see just the breakout long, the breakout short, and that's it. Trying to get rid of these cutesy names because they made no sense. So you can't adjust them, you can't rename them. Oh yeah, they're all absolutely. They were all triggered by certain Mighty Mouse. Okay, Mighty Mouse in theory were stocks I think under $5. Okay, but got to understand that certain people in at the company like wanted to have cutesy names for these. I did not agree with it. Okay, because we get questions like you saying, "Well, what does it mean?" Count de Monet. I mean, they're cute. Okay, they're cute names, but anyway, you'll see that eventually you won't even see those anymore, right? At least nice chart. I do see that nice chart is one of the ones today. I mean, at least it makes kind of sense. Okay, guys, I've covered my SIGA. I'm out of the SIGA. To be honest, I don't even have the name. Well, I put the names back in, but the strategy names for probably I don't know 4 or 5 years. I didn't really care what the names were. I would just click on the alert and see what I if I liked what I saw, I trade it. Didn't really matter to me why they were alerted. Well, you won't know what the filter values are, so you'll never know that. Okay, that's the whole idea. It's sort of proprietary. Otherwise, if we gave them out, then nobody would take the AI. Would nobody would take the AI. Oh, no problem. Uh, I had a good exit on the Siga. Now listen, Siga may move again. If it takes out six, I suppose there's a. I'm going to stick an alert at around just over six. You never know. It might pop back up again. I mean, it's still up 14%. It must not quite have triggered. I guess I put an alert at. I think I have my alert at 11:30 now because that's the high, or 11:28. That's the high of the day, and it's almost there. You're right. CMRE. So now I'm getting poised. Oh, go go guys! I haven't seen this one for a long time. Go go on the way down here through the 200-day moving average. It's just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And actually, this is a green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Take a look at this 15-minute chart, and it's actually it's a great green bar ignored. So look at this downtrend. They have a green bar, excuse me, totally engulfed by the previous red bar. And then the next bar is red. But even more importantly, the buyers tried it. The buyers tried. They got it up to 1538, but the sellers knocked it down. And so you look at it this way: we have a downtrend, a pause in the downtrend, and maybe now the downtrend continues. Okay. So this is to me a really interesting one, as always, and it's through the 200-day moving average, 1519. The next thing to do is to take a look left. Okay, you know what, guys? Looking left, I think 1430 or so is the next low looking left for Gogo. This is, the longer this holds underneath 15. Siga. That's what Siga was all about. That's right. I forgot about that. And GovX, the old monkeypox days. Okay, guys, really watching this go-go, how well it handles being underneath 15. I think it's right at the bottom of a channel. That's what Real would probably say. You know what's really having a sell-off again, guys, is T-Doc. Another sell-off for T-Doc after the huge day it had 2 days ago. Had a great start to the day yesterday, and then it just sold off with most of the market. All right, here's the Costamare. Costamare. Okay. All right. Well, let's see if Costamare has any legs in it right now. Again, we have a nice potential gap to fill. 1087, or sorry, 1177. Not saying it's getting there, but I want to see it over and over and over here. I have "Oh Man" as my price alert sound, my sound right here. I'm keeping an eye on the go-go, guys. It's still hanging around 15. Okay, this AURC. Oh, this is one of those blank check companies. We haven't seen too many SPACs this week. SPACs were wild for the last 2 weeks, but we haven't seen too many this week. Well, I guess this is Monday, so I guess yeah, AURC went crazy on Monday, got all the way up to almost $40. So you see what happened with First Solar, guys, FSLR. It could not take out the VWAP so far, anyway, and now it's underneath 200 again. Could not take out the V. Okay, go. Okay, go. What did I get in at? Okay, I'm short GoGo now. So I'm in a couple of trades right now. CMRE long and GoGo short.
Here's the definition of short, measuring a small distance from end to end.
So what I want to see GoGo and CMRE up here, repeating, repeating, repeating. Now, yesterday I was saying we had just tremendous trend plays. That was the beauty of yesterday, really. Whether you went long or short, they seem to just have beautiful trends for, several hours in the direction you wanted. Is that from you, Real? 1426. My low looking. Yeah, that's the low looking left, approximately. Actually, maybe a little less than that. 1430 is what I've got. Is the next low looking left. So that must be a fib level. 1426, I guess. Funny how those fib levels, a lot of times when you say a fib level and I look left, that's a lot of times that's almost where the next low is for me. So without knowing the fib levels, it's almost like I know what the fib levels are just by looking left and seeing what the next lows are. Now, GoGo is not an earnings play. Here we go. It says delay in its GoGo 5G system launch due to a design error. So that is the news. It's anticipated to reduce the 2023 revenue by about 7 million. So they have earnings on the 7th. Okay, so that is the reason for this. So bad news. Give me one moment, please. Okay, well, GoGo's right back where I shorted it. So I have to, I'm going to try to hold on just a little bit. I remember what Hog did to me yesterday. No, not at all. 2.23 million shares at Interactive Brokers. So lots of shares available for GoGo. Okay, I might get knocked out of this. I'm going to hold on just a little bit. This is exactly what Hog did to me yesterday. Of course, it doesn't mean that was is going to happen today for me and this GoGo. It's just a little bit above where I shorted it, so I'm gonna have to. I don't want to see it really pop in a big way through 15. Yeah, CMRE is just kind of stuck here a little bit. Jose, the room is open between, actually, well, for you and YouTube, the room is open between 9 a.m. and at least 3 p.m. Eastern time, okay? Monday to Friday. I say at least because I always stick around if there are some questions after 3 o'clock. But for all intents and purposes, the room is live between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Monday to Friday. Okay, so the question is, what is the difference between live during market hours and live always? So live during market hours is between 9:30 and 4, so-called market hours. And live always is just that. I mean, the markets really open at say 4 Eastern time in the morning and go to what, 8 Eastern time. So that would be live always. So if you want to see after hours and pre-market stuff, you want to have live always checked. If you just want to see market hours between 9:30 and 4, just check live during market hours. Okay. I'm just going to give GoGo just a little bit more wiggle room just in case it falls down underneath 15 again. Now I can always reshort it. Yeah, I don't, again, William, I really appreciate it. It doesn't matter how much activity there is, just open it whenever. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this GoGo to see if it moves back under 15 again. Kind of like that. How many trades do I do daily? It really varies. I mean, I'm not a huge trader in terms of quantity. Today is probably a little more. Yesterday and today were probably a little more active because we're in earning season. But there are many times where I'll only do 3 or 4 trades a day, and that's it. I'm just having to really watch this go, guys. All right, while I'm watching it, 1496, 1497, it's a little bit above where I shorted it at 1493. So um just watching it. Boy, the cutter, yeah. Somebody mentioned this earlier today. I think in the YouTube room, watching cutter over 20. Okay, guys, come on. Go. Do drop now. Just drop at least underneath where I shorted you. While I'm waiting for this to happen, if it happens. 10:49. Fast day again. Okay, guys, I put my homepage link in, and this is what you find when you click on my homepage. You will see not that. So you will be at the top here. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can use this promo code Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Now, if you want to take out a yearly subscription, I can give you a better promo code. Okay, I can give you 25% off. You just have to let me know. Okay, and I will show you how you can do it. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Okay, it'll run you through your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans and top lists and alert windows. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. Okay. If you are brand new to trading, Trading 101 is a great course for you. There are a lot of videos. You don't have to, look every single video. I'd like to draw your attention, though, to the last couple of videos, which talk about creating a trading plan, not a specific trading plan, but the fact that you must have some kind of an idea about what you want to trade. It can't just be, "Oh, I think I'll take this one." And so, because if I ask the question, well, why are you taking it? I don't know. It looks good to me. That's not a good enough answer. Okay. You must have an idea about why you're taking a trade. And then also, where are you going to get out of the trade if it's not working? I do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. That, of course, is free. Trade of the week is free. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, it is free. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, go. Education section, big education section is here. Here's a user guide that we have, a great user guide. There's that getting started again. Alert window. So this is in more detail about what alert windows are, what top list windows are, what stock racing is all about. Okay. I would also really take a look at price alerts, how to set a price alert on a chart. I think I've demonstrated a couple of times. It's super simple to do. And if I didn't have price alerts, it would make my job a lot harder. And I'll explain why in a bit. Getting started again. Daily support. So in our YouTube room, well, first of all, I take a break. Right, go. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday. It should be Andy. Okay, it should be Andy. I will confirm that before I take my break. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can go over and listen to Andy. Now, if you want my scan, so if you click on my homepage link, you're right at the top here. All you have to do is scroll down, okay? Here are my scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I use. I mean, look at this beautiful option plays. Option plays and the don't repeat version right here. You can't see the don't repeat version. It's on my other monitor. It shows the first time you get the alert. So there are the option plays. Here are the breakdowns, the 10-day daily breakdowns and breakouts and breakdowns. So outs are moving higher, downs moving lower. The doc momentum or momentum up or down is right here. Here is the halts resumes. And there's my single stock window that I use. The single stock window is something that is totally customizable. These are just filters that we have. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see, but this is what I like to see. And again, this is what I use in the pre-market just to kind of set the tone for the day. What stocks are moving higher in the pre-market? What stocks are moving lower in the pre-market? So, as always, this is a free room. Let's keep this room free. So how can you help? Well, if you take out a subscription at some point, please use my code. The room gets credit. Company likes to see that. Knows the room is paying for itself, etc. Okay. So if you save my link, and then at some point in the future, you use this promo code, great. Also, if you save my link, then of course you can take a look at my scans anytime and the education section anytime. And tell your friends, tell your family, tell them to come into the trading room, even if they're not traders now. They might. A lot of people don't have the first clue about what trading is all about. Might be an interesting room to come into, not just to listen to me, but you've got all these other traders in the room talking about different ideas. Meanwhile, Roku, good for you guys on the Roku. Like, great for you guys on the Roku. That is a tremendous move. If only somebody had told me about it. So, Jose, if you click on the link, so Jose, if you click on my homepage link, okay, and then you'll be brought to this right at the top here. There's the promo code Barry15. Okay. Guys, First Solar is still weakening here. It's underneath 200. It could not get through the VWAP. It's at 198 right now, a little over 198 right now. Well, Gogo's been a disappointment. I thought it was finally on its way down. I'm going to give it one last shot here. No. Okay. I bounced myself out of the Gogo, guys. So took a loss on the Gogo. Manners will always, but I'm going to watch it later to see if it takes that. Wow, at least the Costa Mary is working. Costa Mary is definitely working nicely now. Not a rocket ship, but let's see how close it can get to that 1177. Boy, Cutter. Oh, what a great move, guys. What a great, great move. And next high looking left, 2111. So it's getting close to these highs. So this is shortable for me at 591,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers. Well, that's why you have a stop, guys, and always obey your stop. Look at GoGo now. If I've been stubborn, said, it'll come back. I mean, it still may later on, but that is why you have a stop. The only thing I'm going to do now is see if it takes out, gets back down to about the 1488 mark later on. This is maybe turning into a bit of a short here, guys. CUTR. I mean, it's always difficult, to try to find the top of something to short it, or looking for something that's been moving down to play a bounce on it. But look at the weekly chart, and it looks like the next high is 2111, so not far away. And we're at 2090 right now. Okay. It may stall at 21 for a bit anyway. Remember BZ at the beginning was just ripping higher. So what's happening with China now? You talk about look at this top up here, 1937, 1830. But what is happening with China right now? My guess is if we pull up KWeb, we will see finally some red. Yeah, look at that. Cutter guys is on the way down now for a while. I don't know how long, but Cutter, and of course I'm talking CUTR, pretty spready. I think this was an earnings play yesterday. NYCB was an earnings play yesterday. Still positive. So we don't get too many in the option scanner. Remember now, brown is a suggestion to short. We don't see too many on a short suggestion when the stock is still up for the day. Okay, guys, I've taken most of the CMRE off. I'm not seeing the same sort of trend continuation that we saw yesterday. So I'm going to be a little more careful today. Not, well, I'm always careful, but yesterday was such a fabulous day in terms of trend continuation. I'm not saying there aren't stocks that have had great trends today, but whoa, Cutter. Cutter, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. I mean, almost like textbook, not being able to take out the whole number of 21. But that wasn't the whole issue. 2111 was the next high looking left. So that really stalled it for a while anyway. CUTR. CUTR. Really? Yes, Grumpy, I know. I didn't say there were none. Remember Lending Club yesterday? LC was an earnings play yesterday, guys. And before people jump on me and say, well, no, it wasn't. It was on the 26th. Yeah, but post market. So basically, the action is on the next day. So that was yesterday, the 27th. So this was an earnings play yesterday. Got thumped down on earnings, trying to have a bit of a recovery here. Whew. Well, there's your QS, Mr. Oracle. And we're talking about PJ. Okay, where could PJ go? I don't know where PJ could go, but what QS where it could go, 1276 is the next high looking left. Okay, I don't want to miss this one if it's starting to move. AMSC just showing up on the option scanner and had earnings, well, has earnings next week. Okay, guys, I'm in nothing right now. I actually covered everything. I had a little short on the cutter, as I mentioned, underneath 21. So I'm out of that now. So I'm in nothing right now. Out of the Costa Mary. Of course, I covered the GoGo for a loss. And not in the SIGA anymore. How about I? Okay, how about I? Yeah, I mean, again, wasn't earnings yesterday. This was, I guess, bad news or after the company trading lower after the company. Oh, that's right. That was the deal with Walmart. It was dropping in next year after about a decade, I guess. So anyway, that was the news for I yesterday. Yeah, I mean, listen, if it holds 20, I mean, obviously it's got room. 22 is the I looking left. That's the high of yesterday. Doesn't trade options. I mean, it's traded four contracts today. Yay. Oops, why did that happen? All right, guys, let's take a look. Actually, I'm looking at Juniper again, though it's really done nothing. I had that nice little short, sort of broke a bit of a rule, taking a short really early before that 15 minutes, but it's really not done much since then. It's an earnings play. Yeah, look at the bottom tails and topping tails. Oh, Siga still moving down. I'm not in it anymore. Okay, so engine Emma, engine Emma. That's the question. Looks like you link news into IB's platform. How do you connect TI to IB's specific windows? Okay. So you first of all, you have IB, right? Talking to somebody in our okay. So you understand, of course, how you link all the windows within IB. Just have like there's a little green chain. So okay, so you've got that. That's number one. So in order to link to IB, very simple. I click on we have our external linking tool, external linking. Oh, I'm sorry. Click on tools, excuse me, click on tools. I'll close this. Click on tools from our toolbar, click on external linking, and then add a link and just follow the instructions. The only add a link, you'll see that it'll say to hover mouse over the target window. So where I put it right in the order entry box. Okay. And the only other thing you have to do is use is use this rule. Use the rule. So click on the rule and then go to Interactive Brokers Live. Does that all make sense, or is it? And once you do that, say okay, and that's it. Now every time you click on a symbol, it'll load into the okay, good. It'll load into IB, and then yeah, that's all I do. That's all I do. And it works really well. The other nice thing is that your link, I don't even think it hasn't really mattered for me, but your link is always there, even when you shut down TI and shut down IB. I know there's supposed to be a sequence to do it, but I don't even know if I follow the sequence, but every day I wake up and my link is always there. But if it isn't, I mean, it takes what, 10 seconds to do it. QS, where did QS show up first? 1195. No, it hasn't moved that much, guys. So this could still be in play. Okay. QS has not moved that much from the initial alert at 10:11. I mean, that's an hour ago. The alert was at 1195. Now, Newell is an earnings play. NWL is an earnings play. Let's see how this is looking. Ooh, this is interesting. 200-day moving average is far enough away. The next high in the weekly chart. You know what? I'm liking Newell. But Real would say, don't do it because it's above the channel. And that's the NWL. And of course, so is QS. I don't think I've seen B-Bio at all on any one of my scans. Got to be a reason. But Shady is, yeah, that's the reason. The relative volume is too low for it to appear in any one of my scans. The link is not working for Thinkorswim. I have no advice. The only advice is that I think, because I don't have Thinkorswim, so I can't demonstrate it, but I think you're supposed to run both in administration mode, both Thinkorswim and Trade Ideas. Okay. But what I would do is if you click on support at trade-ideas.com, I think there's a script that they'll give to you, and you can try that, or a video. In fact, I might even have it here. Yeah, I have a video here. Let's see if this works for you. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't be of any more help because I don't have Thinkorswim. I've never had Thinkorswim. Just Trade Ideas in admin mode. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the link. I think it's not like Interactive Brokers. I think you do have to establish. Yes, I think you. I think you do have to establish the link every day, don't you, for Thinkorswim? You cannot, it will not save. But I mean, look, it takes what, 10 seconds to do? Well, Grumpy, I have to say, I will listen to you next week if you come up with another one, because you've had two this week. Really good. Roku. I know Real mentioned Roku, of course, but you've been you've been the nagging force in it. And the other one, which sank. What was that one? Was that Monday? RLX, yes. Look at CLS, guys. Look at this. Wow. There is almost a dollar move now. 2026, 955 was the alert for CLS. 2026 was the alert. 2121 right now. Almost a dollar. That's what I love. Not too many alerts. Even though, we've had a ton of companies releasing earnings, not a lot of alerts, which is great. US guys on the move. I know Real would be saying, why are you in that one? Because it's way above the channel. You do? Okay. Because I think CLS is actually CLS is not in mine anyway, not in my 5 minute linear regression channel. It's approaching it. I'm not in this one. I wish I were, man. I wish I were in CLS. So again, if you get two, and this is, we've got another maybe, excuse me, maybe another 3 weeks of this. Lots of earnings plays. Okay. So when you see, excuse me, the same stock, there was CLS in the 10-day daily breakout. Where is it? Right there. And also in the option scanner, you really have to pay attention. Okay. Now, you know what would be cool is to know when the same stock is hitting both of them. Okay, now the next high looking left for QS, I think it's getting, yeah, 1276. So I'm taking some off right now in case I cannot get through 1250. But 1276 is the next high looking left. Okay. Even Newell, as I said, Newell, NWL. Okay. I'll be taking my break pretty soon, about 40 minutes from now. Let me just see something here. So next week we have I think we have even more companies releasing earnings next week. Let me just do a quick look. Yeah, we've got about 4 times 20, 80 more companies releasing earnings than we had this week. So next week is going to be equally as exciting. And the total number is around 700 companies. So I mean, we're just going to be say there's the cutter now up again. I don't know how many people can short the view. Usually, now, those with Centerpoint or Trade Zero, Cobra, perhaps they have. My guess is that not many companies have, brokerages have view shorts available just because it did the reverse split. And typically, that is not available for a few days anyway. Okay, guys, let's do a simulation trade. Okay, I should talk about this way more. It's just so much happening. So if you're new to trading, we can't emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Now, all you need is our standard service. You must be using our downloadable application, though, if you're using our web-based version. Unfortunately, this Brokerage Plus window is not available. Okay. Now, to load Brokerage Plus from our toolbar, you click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. You may have different column headers than I do, but that's up to you. Now, more than likely, depends on the version of trade ideas that you've got, but it may say not connected right in this box here. If you click on Sim underneath Brokerage Plus, there are two options. One says live, one says Sim. If you click on Sim, this it depends on the version you've got. This will all either turn to simulator immediately or it'll say account. If it says account, just click on it and then the little simulated trading default will pop up and then click on that. Now you're in the simulator. Now, what the live is, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, linking to either one of those two accounts. I don't demonstrate that, of course. I want to show you how you can use it in a simulator. And it's really simple. All you have to do is just click on an alert and the symbol will change right in here. There's a number of shares. This is a drop down or a menu with some shares that you can pick from, or of course you can pick exactly the number of shares you want. So let's just take one. Let's take the Newell. Okay, let's take the Newell and let's do a little bit of money management. Okay. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to buy. I'm going to send. So it's a two-step process, buy and then send. I'm in this one right now. Okay. In the simulator, entry price was 11.22. I'm going to add a stop. and my stop is going to be at 11:02, and I will explain why. When I add the stop, you're going to see right on the chart, right on minus $100. So, first of all, I talked about this a little bit earlier about having a trading plan. You just can't look at it and say, I think I like this. You have to have a reason for getting into a trade. Okay, so I have I have a checklist that has to be checked off. Everything has to be checked before I take my trade. Most of the things are already checked because of the scans I create. In other words, I'm never going to see something outside of the price range that I like. I'm never going to see something that doesn't have at least the minimum volume that I need, maybe the right relative volume, etc. So most of the things are already checked for me based on the scans that I create. My next step, of course, always is then I click on the alert. I most Virtually all my alerts are stocks at the high of the day or low of the day. So my next step is looking left, and if I want to look left to see, okay, if I took this trade right now, where could it keep where could it keep going to until it hits the next left when I look, say, on a daily chart or on a weekly chart? So for instance, if I took this Newell right now, which in the simulator at 11:23, and the next high looking left was 11:30, I would never take the trade. But when I look left, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 12. Okay, so consequently, that for me would be a candidate for the trade. I might look to see what the market's doing also. I might do a quick check to see what the news is for say Newell. I know it's an earnings play, so all these things I'm doing pretty quickly, and then I make up my mind: do I want to take the trade? So that's my checklist, Jose. It doesn't really matter. I don't want to seem flip about it. It doesn't matter what my checklist is because I have a certain price range I like to trade. I have a certain minimum volume that I like. I have a certain relative volume that I like, but that doesn't have to be you. Okay, and that's why I'm saying you have also the fact that I like to see stocks near the high of the day or low of the day. A lot of people hate that. They'd rather see stocks that are pulling back to a moving average or maybe to the VWAP. That's why I'm saying you have to practice. The big thing though is to stop. Okay, because when I get into a trade, before I take the trade, yes, I've looked left to see, okay, where could it go until it hits the next high? But where is my stop going to be? If the trade doesn't work for me, is not working for me, where am I getting out of the trade? Now that's kind of the probably the hardest part when you're first starting out. I mean, the way I trade, I do a lot of whole number trading. So a lot of times I can, if a stock is just popping over a whole number, I can put my stop near the whole number. But if it's not a whole number trade, then I'm looking at, maybe the 15-minute chart. I'm looking to see where I think there might be some support. And so if it broke down through that price, well, look at this AMCS. Oh, AMSC, sorry. So if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Now, support levels for me may be completely different for another person. Okay. What I see as support may not be what you see. So if I were starting out, I would probably maybe use the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Try it. Okay. Low, because why the low of the previous 5-minute candle? Well, that's a defined number. There's no guesswork. That's why practice that. You can practice that. So once you've know where your stop is, then that is going to basically share size you. Because why? Because the next step really is, okay, if the trade doesn't work, how much are you willing to lose on the trade? Now, if you have a $5,000 account, I would hope it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of $100. Now, the way I trade is I will always keep my risk amount about the same every trade. So for instance, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. Within reason, I will keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of $100. And that is what share sizes me, because how I share size myself is my entry is 1122, my stop is 1102, that's 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 on the trade, I would divide 20 cents into 100 and I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet with your with your risk per trade, which is going to be the same. And all you'd have to do then is put your entry and your stop. It'll subtract it, of course, and it'll automatically calculate how many shares you can take. Okay, that's a quick way of doing it. And don't get too hung up. If I mean, look, if some stock is moving so incredibly quickly, it'd be hard to do. But for something like Newell, it would not have been a big deal to do it. So now the next step. So practice, 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 practice in the simulator. Now, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade live. Do not start trading live until you can make money in the simulator. Okay. Now, unfortunately, just making money in a simulator does not absolutely translate to making money once you start trading. There are other things that can happen, slippage and things like that, without getting too technical. But probably one of the biggest problems is people not obeying their stop. It's all well and good. I can get out of a trade right now with a loss, but it's only play money, right? So what the heck? A lot harder when it's real money. Because when you start trading, and even if you've been able to make money and you've been pretty disciplined about obeying your stop, when you start trading, one of the hardest things to do is to obey your stop. Because sometimes you just can't believe a trade isn't working. Look at this AMSC. Why in the world? Look at this. Look at this first alert, guys. It's about little less than half an hour ago at 9:54. That was the price. 10:26 right now. Can you see why I love the option scanner? Now I can't take every trade, obviously. I mean, I would probably be able to take a few more trades if I weren't moderating a room, but that's just the way it is. Now, obeying your stop, because sometimes it's really hard. You get into a trade, the room is talking about it. It has news. News is not one reason why I take a trade, by the way. It's not one of the reasons why I will take a trade. I call it a bonus. That's what it is. For me, it's a bonus. Now, let's face it, most of the things that I see are probably have some news associated with it, either earnings or something, but not always. So you get into the trade and you're all excited. Again, we're all talking about it in the room, maybe, and then it just start not working. It starts drifting down to your stop price. And you think to yourself, you know what? I know I should obey my stop, but I'm not going to this time because I'm pretty sure it's going to turn around. And so it goes through your stop price. And now that $100 manageable loss starts turning into two, three, four, $500. And then finally you sell it for a much bigger loss than you ever should have. And you kick yourself. And you guys know what's coming next. Almost as worse is not obeying. Come on, QS. I know I took some out at 1250. Don't get mad at me. But now we're right at that high here. Well, actually, we took it out. 1276. We took it out. Wow. So your next high is up here at 1386. Wow. Not saying it's getting there. We're just looking at stocks. We're just looking left. All I do really is try to take one reason why a stock won't go up out of the equation, which could be chart resistance. Well, even the CMRE is back up, guys. No, what I was going to say is that almost as bad is or worse is that you don't obey your stock, you're down $400 or $500, you're sweating, and then all of a sudden it does turn around on you, and now you're up $200 or $300, and you really are almost congratulating yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay. And can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop is not the way to do it. Money management is so key if you want to. I don't know. I mean, there are different reasons why people are trading. If it's supplementary income, fine. But if it's the way you want to make a living, not obeying your stop can really just basically ruin your account. I mean, look what I did with the go-go. Okay. I could have said to myself, you know what? This is going to turn around. I mean, it's bad news. It got through the 200-day moving average. But look what happened. I mean, I was in that short at what, 1493, and it got up to 15.7. I mean, that would have been a big loss. Now, here's the other thing. You can always get back into a trade. Okay. Maybe it doesn't work the first time. Maybe, who knows? Maybe you got into a trade that maybe was a little more market dependent than you thought. And all of a sudden the market starts moving down on you. Okay. Well, you get out of the trade and maybe it sets up again later on in a similar fashion. You can always get back into a trade. Commissions are so cheap that that's not an excuse for not getting out of a trade because you don't want to pay commissions like the old days. So guys, practice, practice, practice trading. Wow. PJ, that was a great call in the pre-market. Where is that call in the pre-market? I'm going to scroll back here. So I hope you're understanding. This room is not about my telling you what to buy or sell. I mean, in pointing out opportunities. If I take a trade, you're going to know about it. But we have a lot of great traders in the room. And PJ mentioned that in the pre-market about QS. Real mentioned Roku, and Grumpy emphasized it. And there are different trading styles in the room. So again, my trading style doesn't have to be yours. Come into the room, you see what people are talking about, even if you're brand new to trading. Well, first of all, if you're brand new to trading, we have a course for you. Okay, guys. So Andy is just confirmed that he will be in our YouTube room in about 22 minutes. Is AMSC an earnings play? Of course, no, it isn't actually. So it's earnings next week. So this is kind of crazy because at 7:23 morning, AMS is expected to post a loss of 16 cents a share. Somehow, that is not as big a loss as they thought. I guess when I say they, I'm talking about analysts, etc. Because this is, because this is ripping. Unless there's other news that I don't see. Yeah, good one, David. Good idea. This is stunning, guys. QS is stunning, but AMSC is stunning. Is this shortable for me? Yeah, a lot of shares, 1.11 million shares. I don't get this. There's got to be other news on this. They release on the 2nd, August 2nd, expected to show sorry, a rise in quarterly revenue when it reports, but they're still going to lose money. But who cares? we're going to have a rise in revenue, but we're still going to lose money. But maybe they're not going to lose as much as the market thought. I said yesterday, I was exhausted at the end of the day, but that was good exhaustion, because it's just so much activity and fun and exciting. I guess it's the excitement as opposed to bad exhaustion, where some days where you just, things are moving, but just not trending, or the market is chopping up and down. And at the end of the day, it's just so darn boring. But this is anything but boring. Guys, keep an eye on the CUTR. I did take that short earlier, but obviously I've covered. I was shorting, I sort of looked at the top, but now it's through 21. And let's take a look left. Wow. Guys, this has got room. 2338 on the weekly chart. Okay. 28 is the next high on the weekly chart. That's a couple of dollars away. And as always, I am not saying it's getting there. But it's got the room. So it had the pullback, a little bit of a pullback, and now it's just surging again. Now on the daily chart, let's take a look left. Make sure that there's nothing. No, there's nothing. I mean, I think that weekly chart is probably yeah, 2111 was that weekly chart, and now the next one is 2328. I'm just looking at Carvana. Boy, it's been a choppy one. Now Carvana is just over the VWAP again, guys. CVNA, it's over the VWAP. Take a look at Carvana. Real choppy today, guys. Really choppy. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, all over the place. The only positive thing, if you're looking to go long, is that's through the VWAP. 4242 is the VWAP. You're hearing me talk about the VWAP a lot. Well, I'm not a big indicator guy. The only thing I really look at is the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. Now, if you look at a bunch of other ones like MACDs and stochastics and RSIs, etc., great. If it's working for you, great. It's not like I didn't try them, when I first started out trading, but I try to keep my my trading super simple. Oh man, oh man, oh man. And again, that's my sound alert actions. And you see it says oh man. So one of the things you can do with Trade Ideas is you can each multi-strategy window or an alert window and your price alert window, you can put a sound alert on it. So when you hear a sound alert, you know which window to look at. Now, I'll caution you, don't have so many windows. I was having a fight with somebody, they've got 20 top lists and 20 alert windows, and they're wondering, number one, why is their system slowing down? Top lists can really cause your system to slow down, especially, we have a limit of 1,000 symbols in a top list, and they maxed out each one of them. I don't want to get too into it, but when I started with Trade Ideas in 2010 as a subscriber, I didn't want to miss anything. I didn't want to miss any possible setup at all. So I had, I literally probably was that person that had, 15 top lists and 15 alert windows. Things were firing left and right. All I was doing was clicking like mad all day long and getting absolutely nothing done. So if I only had two things to do, if I could only have, say, two types of strategies, this would be it. The breakdowns, breakout, and then my options. That's it. That's all I would do. I do have other things on the go just because, sometimes those windows may slow down a bit. Not so much in earning season. So that's why I have the momentum up here. But I'm telling you, if you have so many windows open, you'll literally get you just get inundated with alerts and you'll get nothing done. And as Kishore is saying in our YouTube room, personally learned badly when I had a lot of windows. I ended up not trading at all due to extreme distraction. Better. So what I'm going to do in the QS is that if it gets down to 13, again, I'll probably take most of it out. I'm just watching it right now at 13.18, 13.15. And I'll be taking my break also. Okay, guys, I'm actually taking a look at our AI and I see the AI had this one. OV in earnings play. The alert was at uh, the alert was right here at 24.36. So it's about $1 move. I think it's the only one that is really moving. Actually, IMGN, not bad either. 1911 on the alert. 1942 now. And the commonality, of course, is that they are both earnings plays. In fact, they're all of them, all four that made it in are earnings plays. Hey, I've taken most of my QS off now, guys. As I said, we're approaching 13. Okay, as I say, I'm taking my break in about 11 minutes from now. Andy will be taking over for me. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in to the main room. So when Andy does take over for me in about 10 minutes, you can head over and listen to Andy. Yeah, let's see how well this QS is holding 13. It's not holding it too badly, actually, but I don't have very much left. Well, yeah, PJ, you know what? I completely agree with you on things like View and a lot of these really crazy little cheap bios or stocks that have like the SPACs that move for no real reason. For me, there's no reason to trade those now while we have so many great earnings plays to trade. And when I say great, I don't mean they have to move moving up; they can move moving down. But I guarantee in about 3 weeks, we'll be looking at them again. The one thing I will say about earnings season is that they've tried to space it out a little bit more now. Used to be, I remember, I don't know how many years ago, maybe, I don't know, 2, 3 years ago, we used to have like sometimes 1,500 companies releasing in a week. And it was, insane. Now it seems that, 6 to 700 seems to be about the tops, which is great. That means they're spacing it out a little bit more, which elongates the earning season for us, which is, just a great time to trade. And notice we're not talking about Microsoft or Apple or Google or, any of the big names. We're not talking about any of those. BGS, let's take a look at BGS, just underneath the whole number. Yeah, kind of interesting. Has earnings next week, BGS. Where could it go? So again, I look left and it's possible that it could stall right around 1270. Mm-hmm. You see? So consequently, that just, I love this setup. I mean, just underneath the whole number, breaking down under the whole number, of course, and it broke down yesterday through the 200-day moving average. But again, when I look left, there could be some support right around the low right there is well, on a daily chart, I just have to eyeball a little bit better. Actually, I may be wrong. Yeah, 1272 is the next low looking left. Okay, guys, this could be it for a while anyway for the QS. It just broke down a little bit underneath 13, sitting at 13. Now that doesn't mean Phoenix, of course, that that's going to hold it. But I just try to take, somebody asked about my trading style or a checklist. Well, that would be on my checklist. You see, I'd be looking left and I cannot check it because if I'm going to take this short, I want to see a lot more room underneath that it could keep moving before it hits that next low looking left. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in. Andy is not in the room yet, but oops, do that. Okay. Again, I'm not. He's not in the room yet. Look at Costa Mare now. Almost thought about getting back in it right around here, but I did not. It still has some room, a little bit of room. 1178 looks like the next high looking left. Yeah, look at QS now. Well, let's see if this area right there, 1261, that's the low of the 15-minute candle, the previous 15-minute candle. Let's see if that holds it. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Well, Tony, I mean, that's, sometimes you can get, Tony is saying, I'm up today so much. I feel like I could be done for the day. Worst feeling is to give it all back up. So, I can't tell you what to do. Excuse me. I would probably reduce my risk amount going forward, because that is you just don't want to give it all back up. All right, guys. So again, what time is it now? 11:58. Just waiting for Andy to show up in our YouTube room. And I just heard a little pop, so that must mean Andy is there, right?
Yes, Barry.
Yes.
How are you?
How are you?
All right, man. Doing good. Doing good.
How was San Diego?
Oh, it was fun. It was fun. We had a good time. We could have used a little more sunny weather, but it's all right. You just get burnt, you know.
Yeah. No
Yeah.
kidding. I mean,
But no, we had fun. Crowded, man. We went up to Laguna Beach. Oh man, it's just summer. Yeah, it's so crowded there in any Southern California place in the summertime.
Andy, just a brief story. When I finished university, I hitchhiked across our country and I hitchhiked down to Laguna Beach.
Oh wow.
And I had no idea about Laguna Beach. It just sounded like a cool name. And if you can believe it, Andy, I was with a couple other guys. We found a guy. When we hitchhiked into Laguna Beach, the
Yeah.
person said, "Where are you going to stay?" He said, "No, we don't know. We're just gonna we had backpacks and all that." And said, "I got a guy who may let you stay in his backyard.
Hmm.
Like just pitch a tent in the backyard. All he's going to say is just
Nice.
move it around so it doesn't burn the grass out." Or and there was a shower outside, and this guy was the coolest guy. He was a painter, and we spent 3 weeks in
How
the guy's
cool, man.
backyard. Yeah, no kidding. So
Hopefully you bought
Laguna
him a
Beach.
few. Hopefully you bought him a few beers. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we bought him a
Yeah.
few beers, but yeah. So Laguna Beach I'll always, Laguna Beach is just embedded in my mind.
Yes. I used to live
So,
about maybe a 10-minute ride from there in Laguna.
oh wow.
Yeah, yeah. So Yeah, love
Well,
that area.
well, the funny thing too, Andy, for me is that, again, I had no idea what the temperature of the Pacific Ocean was. Okay. And, growing up in Montreal, I thought, man, why was I born in Southern California? Anyway,
Yeah,
when I
no, I
got
hear you.
there, couldn't believe, now we're here. We got there late, about midnight. Next morning, race out, got the swimming trunks on, race into the ocean, and race right back out because it was so freaking cold.
It
I
is,
couldn't believe
it
how
is,
cold the
man. It
ocean
is
is.
really cold, man.
It's really cold. You got to get down to
Yeah,
Mexico before it gets really warm, the Pacific Ocean.
yeah,
But anyway, we had a great time. Beach volleyball, the whole bit.
yeah, man. Yeah,
So
it.
I digress. I digress. I'll let you. I'll let you take over now.
Yeah,
But the
man.
minute
You
you
take.
mentioned Laguna Beach, that just flood of memories for me.
Oh, I bet. I bet. Beautiful beach. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, my friend. I'll
All
put
right,
myself on mute
Barry.
now,
Have
and
a nice hour, buddy.
I will. Thanks.
All right. Take care. No, no, Michael. It's never too hot, and as long as you're close to the ocean now, you don't have to go for that far inland either. You go like 15 miles, 20 miles inland. Yeah, I can get really warm. But the Pacific Ocean just acts as a natural air conditioner, for those on the within, 10 miles of the coast. So, uh, but yes, trader, I hear you. I was one of the ones that fled after 25 years of living there, but I do miss the climate, the client. I do miss the climate. I don't miss the 14 or 15% state income tax, but oh, cool, cool, Tony. Yeah, beautiful. I do miss it, but we go back a couple of times a year. Definitely once in the summertime. Get out for a week at least. Get out of this heat. A little break. Yeah, we'll have probably another 6 weeks of it too. Yeah. But all right, let's see what's happening here. The market's showing a little bit. First time we've seen a decent red bar in the market. Now I cannot forget that selling we had pretty much all day yesterday. That can return. Uh, Quick breakdown on what I've been doing. You guys know I love the China stocks. If you're watching my morning video, uh, you would last couple of days you would know I've been fancying the China stocks. So a decent morning with the China stocks. Although I put on a hedge yesterday in the SPXS, and so giving kind of putting a dent in my overall. What is Steve doing? Trying to call me? All right. Uh, let's see. Where were we? So yeah, quite a few. Now, what really disappointed me that trading day yesterday, I thinned out of a lot of this, and I sold some of them today with the nice move. Baba actually did not even buy until this morning. It I'm sorry, I haven't tell Steve. Quit trying to call me. Uh, David, yes, I got in midnight, like the night before last, and I got a lot of email. I got your email. I'll respond to you, buddy. But uh, where can I get your morning video? Okay, yes, so you can get it right here. Pull up go to Trade Ideas at Trade Ideas LLC. Okay, that is the Twitter handle, and she Shantae usually pushes it up. I usually send it to her about 10 minutes after. about 20 minutes before the market opens, and then she usually gets it out there. I need to keep a closer look, but I think she gets it out there before the bell. If not, you can always go to the Trader's Eye channel, and you'll see what stocks I have in there. But today and yesterday, I highlighted this IQ. I was really liking the way that was setting up, and got a good pop. Not a little bit yesterday, then one good one today. Also mentioned Tau. Now I wasn't able to get this when it took off pretty quick, and I had a lot of positions over here I was managing, but I highlighted that one this morning to keep an eye on. And Baba, uh, highlighted that one to keep an eye on because I like what it's doing here, trying to break out of this wedge to the. I'm not going to draw it, but you can kind of see a wedge if I drew it there and there. But still, kind of in a long-term downtrend, so not out of the woods by any means. As a matter of fact, I scalped half of it already this morning, but still, taking some profits when I see them. Especially when I get some big moves. Like I got DADA this morning was a nice move. See things up 12%. I got to pound out some. Momo I actually added to my position today because I think this one still has a ways to go. I mean, this one has been really hasn't made a move with the rest of the China stocks. Ugly move yesterday almost got me out. Actually, I think I did sell some and kept some, but uh, yeah, that's why I have a closed position of a little bit down on that one. Siri, I just bought actually on a bid that I had in there at 506, but may not be in this one long if the market breaks its fast line and this and can't hold its fast line. Okay, Peter. Let's see. Make sure I haven't missed anything. I don't think it. Yeah, getting back to Trader 77. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you need a lot of people leaving, but every time you go down there, it's packed. Peter, I'm using your chart. If I understand correctly, need to compare stock. I can't get this thing to get these stupid icons off so I can see it. Yeah, it's always good. When I first started trading, before we had trade ideas, before there were really any good idea generation software out there, we just had like little high-low tickers is all we really had. So, of course, we had a sector analysis. You could see which sectors are strong. So I learned to trade by, knowing I would know the top 5 or 6 stocks in every sector. So I would do what's called a lot of sympathy trades. You'd see one trade, one stock, maybe an oil stock, Exxon taking off, just ripping, and I would know like 4 or 5 stocks. I could check really quick, to see out, for a sympathy trade. Maybe they're lagging for some reason. So that's always good. I mean, trade ideas makes it really easy for you, to find, the stocks that are moving and what sectors are moving and all that. But it's always good to know, a group of stocks in every sector, I think, because you can quickly go through them. And if you even if you want to cheat, make you a little, you can make you a top list for biotech, top biotech, oil, steel, whatever sectors you want to do. So that way, when you can pull them up when the sector's strong to see which ones are maybe lagging, or maybe you just want to play the best in breed, the one that's running. So, but anyway, it's always good to have a feel for what's going on in the market. Like, obviously, eh, if you knew that China was gapping, had an incredible night overnight, you know, up 4 or 5. What I don't even know what it was up, but I know the K Web and the FXI were all gapping up. You could have had your eye on tons. There was tons of opportunity this morning if you knew what to look for. Which stocks. I mean, even though they were gapping up, just like this towel, for example, uh, just and you don't have to buy a lot. I mean, I don't like chasing big gaps, that's for sure. This wasn't a big gap at all. Uh, So if you know the ones that have been kind of maybe lagging the sector, I thought Dada was a great example, and just hadn't really moved. You could have bought it below 6 and had incredible, nice alpha there and right off the get go. A lot of times I'll buy this stuff in pre-market. But yeah, a dish is really upsetting me. I knew it was going to do this, and let me tell you something. It's not like the good old days when you would get decent news, and the stock would just take off. Like look at Dish the other day, gapped up all the way to 845. On news that they're going to be entering the mobile space. Everybody thought it was great news. It gets hammered for 2 days. Well, I felt it, but anyway, I did. I got out probably 70% of my position. For a little bit loser. Now I did hold a little bit, and it's gapping up. So I'm so glad I didn't sell it all because I knew these shenanigans. So just like that, I think the last time we were in here, maybe 2 weeks ago, we were talking about this IONQ. Let's go back. This is the day right here. Had great news, incredible news. Like they raised not so much guidance, but the revenue guidance or something. It's great news. Sold off, got killed all day, and ever since then, it's just been moving higher. So I guess the point I'm making is okay. And I don't like to trade news. I like to react to the stock. But if you do see a stock that has great news and they get hit, the day closes on lows, don't give up on it. Watch it the next day because there's a very good chance they're just shaking out all the weak hands, and the buyers are still there. They're just being patient, and unfortunately, I'm totally out. I made good money on it, but I'm totally out of it now. Oh, Raymond James had an upgrade to 21. Ah, okay, interesting. And I don't pay too much. I mean, I think it's good to know, especially if you're in a stock and what's happening in. But you got to be careful with these analysts for sure. A great example would be Billy. Yesterday morning, JP Morgan came out, downgraded it with a $13 price target. Of course, it gets hit all day, and then look what happens today. Boom. So be careful with those analysts. A lot of times they have ulterior motives. In other words, maybe they won't in for a reason, or maybe they want to get a big customer out of a short position. They're uh, they're not to be trusted. All right, let me see what's going on here. What else am I in? And why did I buy it? This U car I bought today on a just, China bought it at 98. Just with China, hot as it is, small size, chart is ugly, but that's why I only entered probably half a position, and see what happens. It's a very very low float, and if it gets going, can really, as you can see back over here, can really rip. I'm not recommending it for anybody, but just giving you a reason why I kind of took a small position on that one. Kishore, I'm definitely a swing trader. The interesting thing, I'll look. A lot of times, what I'll do is I'll look for a setup, and I will scalp out of probably half the position pretty quick, and pretty much everything I jump into, unless I have a lot of conviction. And then sometimes I'll stay in a core position for a very long time, as long as this chart is working. A great example is my biggest winner this year has been Lee, and unfortunately, they got me out a little bit. Had to thin out yesterday on the close. I mean, I don't know why. Just the way the market had a ugly, very ugly candle in the spies and engulfing pattern. So I thinned out, but I've been maintaining this core position in Lee. I think I started back like over here around, 32, 33. And so basically I've maintained the core position this for probably 2.5 months. And now should it close below this 20, I'll probably exit that, my core. But what I'll do is I'll keep a core position, and then when it pulls back, and this one does a lot of times on the stocks have personalities, and a lot of times they will open up and gap down or trade down really hard, just trying to shake out the weekends, and then I'll add to my position, because I'm playing the daily chart. So if I get a drive down, there's a good chance, I'm going to be buying it. I think I bought some back on this day right here too. So, and plus I got a lot. I think this is they have. I'm probably going to hold a little bit into earnings too, just because it depends on how much it goes. But I think they're doing well in the China space. You know what, Peter? It depends on the stock. Now, it doesn't have to be close to the 10 period moving average. I mean, uh, for me to buy it. So a lot has to do with the way the stocks look. I will a lot of times. Dish getting a little pop, huh? Uh, a lot of times I will, try to maybe pick up a stock on off the 10 period moving average, maybe on a pullback or something like that. If I'm in a trade and want to buy some more, or like this Baba, I scalped out half this morning. But I actually, I put an alert earlier right here when it was pulling back. I was hoping it would actually come back and I maybe buy some more, but now it's below the 10 period moving average. I still have half my position. I probably won't be doing anything. But to answer your question, uh, it depends a lot on the chart pattern. I do like the stock above its 10 period moving average, but it doesn't have to be. Uh, So like this Momo, for example, I added this morning, I think before. No, I did wait till it got below above that 10 period moving average. I added right here at 38, I believe. But to answer your question, I like it above the 10 period moving average, but being too far away from it will not keep me from buying it if everything looks good. I'm sure mad about this EH. I had a bid this morning because I knew they like to drive this thing down to the 10 period moving average. Peter, this is a great example. Well, this morning I saw it driving down, not going with the China stock, so I put a bid in right at the 10 period moving average at I think 1878 or something like that. And look, it got like 3 cents from me, man, and stopped. Now, if I would have if I would have been in this thing, it would have drove right down through it. But I did not get hit on that one, and then I forgot about it. Next thing I know, it's ripping through highs. Yeah, and I was dumb. This is the case where I wanted it and I did not get it, and what I should have been doing is watching it and maybe buying it, somewhere around 925. I just totally spaced it, and next thing I know, it's ripping to highs. But it was also on the list today. Yeah, Dish is going higher right now. Probably what I'm gonna do with yeah, I probably just gonna keep this position and slow play it. In other words, it may be one that hold into earnings, because it could be one of those things that even if they're really bad, the stock has been decimated. All you got to do is look at the long-term chart on it, and there's a very good chance, even if the results are really, really bad, it could still, move higher. This is one too that I would have bought first thing in the morning. I just had too many positions and trying to manage everything, watch everything. All right, let's take a look around, see what we got. I'm gonna watch this series because of it. Neo is another one. I think I sold some yesterday because I was afraid of the market, but still been in that one since you can see 1044 on this Neo. So this is one, Peter, that it was pulling back to the 200 day, and I think I bought it a little bit below the 10 period moving average. So I don't have to have them, above that 10 period moving average. I prefer them, but it's not going to keep me from, entering a stock because I just like the way this was setting up in a pattern. So it was making higher lows, and I figured that was probably going to be another higher low right at the 200. So even though that was slightly below the 10 period moving average, I think I bought a little bit there. Okay, my opinion on Sun W. Not bad. Uh, it's kind of a looking like it's chopped up. Isn't that in the same kind of sector as plug and things like that? Okay, there's that EMPH. Yeah, that plug is kind of along the same lines. Yeah, I think that's. I'm gonna have to look at this EMPH. It's like it wants to go to highs. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it alone. Yeah, who was it? Todd. Uh, it's battling right now. You got three moving averages that I'm concerned about. You got this 5 day moving average. You can see it a couple of times today. It's gotten up close to it and retreated. You have your 200-day moving average, which is battling right now. Looks like the 200-day moving average is about the same place as this 5 day. And then you got the 10 period moving average, which it ran into in the opening and came back down. So really, it's something like that. I'd like to see it really kind of go to highs because I mean I do like the way it had a move off the dollar and is holding this 150 level. Not even getting down to the 150 level. Let's call it the 155. Now I would not want it to break that because if it breaks that, these wicks down here is a very good chance it's going to fall. To I don't know how much size you have and what your threshold is, but for me, yeah, I would want it to keep the lower part of that range intact. All right, let's see if the Siri can get a little bounce here. I think if the Siri can get through that 20 period, I get excited when I see a stock that has pulled back like it has, and then I look over here and I see these two huge volume candles. A lot of times they'll have a secondary move off a big move like that. So this one is one where I got okay size, but I probably may add to it if it gets above highs. You're welcome, Todd. All right. Last question. On 15-minute chart, you said volume 200. It doesn't have to be, okay? if you're a momentum trader, Peter, see, I'm a day trader. I'm sorry, I'm a swing trader, so I don't really. It doesn't have to be strong. 15-minute volume. If I'm a momentum trader, I definitely want volume. Kind of like what you see in Roku today. That was just been on a tear. It's trying to go back to highs again. Obviously, when you look at the 5-minute volume and the 15-minute volume, it's going to be extremely high. Relative volume close to 10. So, the water hose is turned up full blast on this one. Okay. Uh, the category 5 rapids is keeping this thing in the same going down the river in the same direction. Um, so yes, for momentum trading, I definitely want to see volume. Uh, Swing trading, I'd like to see it. It does give me a little more confirmation when I see it, like I saw today in a lot of China stocks. Um, you want to make sure they're doing some sort of relative volume. You got Baba close to 2. That's not bad. Uh, some of these ones, Momo doesn't have a lot, but Momo I think could even get some more. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing maybe get up to around 1088 today. So I think this one has been definitely lagging the others. So there's a great example where I don't need this is just basically doing average volume today, but it's okay. I'm playing the chart, I'm playing the sector, so I don't need huge volume. Now, I would love to see it if it breaks through this range right here. It takes out this 1080. Wait, I'm sorry, wrong candle. Right here at 1052, there's a good chance if it gets through this, this thing can go up to 1088 really easy. All right, let's see. I don't know if you're trying to drop a link, Mike. I don't think they allow you to drop links, but it says there's a link for strong buy. Yeah, that never hurts when you get a dish is still going too. Uh, you know what's a great question? What is the difference between a day and a swing trader? And a lot of times, I think if people would don't use the two concepts and just think of everything as a position trade. Okay. So when it comes to trading, right, the entry is the most important. So what you're doing is you're taking a position that's going to give you a favorable outcome, possibly. And so when you take that position, you know, obviously you want to have a stop in mind. Okay. So if you're a day trader, it's probably going to be a little bit tighter. If it's swing trader, you're a little more liberal. Um, but as long as that position is working for you, I think a lot of day traders get out of trades way too quick. Uh, and they would benefit by doing like a hybrid. In other words, position yourself. And this is what I do. And then when you get a move, you get a 10% move. Hey, bang some out. Ring the bell, I say, take some profits. And then use that last half, or even if you only want to keep a quarter, keep some and see if it can continue to work for it. Because there's nothing this has happened to everybody where you've gotten out of trade, even in a day trade. You took 25%, you're patting yourself on the back because it was a great trade. You made some decent money, only to see it up $1.50 at the end of the day. And I can promise you, in my career, okay, all the the big traders, okay, the big boys, they don't jump in things to hold them for 25 30 cents. They jump in things or 30 minutes. They jump in things looking for a 4 or 5 hour hold. Let them really work for it and add to their winners. uh, that's where you start making the big bucks. What was I just watching? Oh, that Momo. DQ. No, Peter, here's a good example of where I don't need it above the 10 and where I'll sometimes take a flyer. Now, there's nothing impressive about this DQ chart. Okay. And this is kind of a, uh, not for everybody type of trade. But what I was watching, I know China's strong, but I know solar is being held back a little bit. But First Solar had earnings. Actually, First Solar is starting to creep up here. They're up on the day. I noticed this DQ this morning. It's a China play. So China markets are strong. And there goes the First Solar alert that I set in there. And I didn't buy DQ this morning. It got up close to this level over here, but then it got hit really hard. And I told myself, you know what? I kept moving I had a price alert in it and hit, kept moving it down. I said, well, shoot, I'm going to put it down here close to the 20 period moving average. It went off. You can see it trigger there. And then I picked up some at 37.79. Now, this is a case where not for everybody, it broke through the 10 period moving average, but I love this 5-day moving average and it held and now it's moving higher. So half a position, not big size, but I got a great entry. And now what I can do is watch this. And if it does get above this range right here, especially this 50-day moving average, maybe I can add to my position. So a lot of times I will buy a pullback, even though it doesn't, you know, it may not look good on a lot of people's radar. To me, I have a reason for why I'm taking a chance there. And I got this level down here. Remember, it's a half position swing trade. I got a really nice base down here of support. So, you know, the most I'm going to lose on this is $1 to the downside, unless I, of course, get a big gap down, which I could if I don't watch out and hold it to earnings. But so you can be a little bit different when you're swing trading. Now, a day trade, I probably wouldn't have taken that, but yeah, you're right, Michael. The solar sector has been really struggling lately, but that can turn. And if First Solar can get above, this level right there, could have a little run. You can see what happens. Yes, Jeff. I have it's it's really hard adding to winners because what you do is especially if you got a really good entry, and because what you do a lot of times is, well, not a lot of times, if you add to it, you're going to hurt your average price. Yeah, it's not easy to do, and I'm not really I don't do it very often, and I have to have a lot of conviction, to do it. But because then you got to raise your stop on the stock. It depends on what you're looking for, and that's a case where I would be kind of looking for volume, looking if there's some interest. Uh, Momo is a little bit different today when I added to that one, just because the China stocks were so strong, and I knew this had been lagging on the daily chart. Let me set alert in this Siri, just in case I'm not looking at it. I want to know if it goes to highs. Oh, Skechers went to highs. Yep, that's what exactly what you're doing, Jeff. It's raising your cost basis, and of course you gotta by raising your cost basis, typically you gotta raise your stop. All right, let's take a look around. Nothing really that even yeah, the solar sector is still. Who was it? I believe it was Michael talking about. There goes First Solar through that level. Probably should have bought that when first alert went off. But I'll tell you though, if it yeah, yeah, and that's right around where my first alert went off, and I probably should have bought some, but I got enough. Did ANPH go to highs yet? No. Uh, First Solar is the one to play. See what some of the JKS has been a dog too, as far as the China, but it's even it's getting a little move there. KDP. Let's see. They had earnings yesterday. Yeah, that's a tough one right now. It's kind of just right in the middle of yesterday's range. I mean, everything seems really good, but I tell you, look at a lot of these like tech plays. You're going to see a lot of closing on lows, wicks to the upside. Uh, there's AMD uh, not really doing anything. Look at these. Look at this selling when it tries to move. Nvidia. I think that's something you got to pay attention to. So, I mean, look at Nvidia. Look at all those like tries to move higher and closes on lows. You got one green candle of the last week. that that sheds a lot of light for me when I see stuff like that. Meta's kind of wonky, but today it's having a good day. But the last 6 trading days, look at those red candles. Look at the closing on lows. So a lot of the stuff you're seeing is Microsoft is still below its 20 period. Earnings gap. I mean, I'm not seeing, even though the market is doing well and we're close, to Qs. You take a look at the Qs. Today you got the gap up, but I'm still seeing a lot of selling, and you got to keep that in the back of your mind. And that's right now why I'm looking a lot at China stocks, because it's not overextended like our markets are, and why I'm quick taking profits, because it just seems like some selling is coming into this market every day. Like this, my RIVN going to lows on me. Yeah, Peter. I was disappointed. We typically I'll go out there every year and I'll play with Dan and Brad and Steve. We have a good time. Play at La Costa and then go to Bob's Steakhouse afterwards and have us a nice juicy ribeye. But for some reason, yeah, they close on every Monday, so we had to go to a different restaurant. But fun. We had always a good time. I'm not even familiar with the data. Now I know we had some earnings. You had some Roku and Intel doing well off earnings, but and then of course overnight, I don't know if they. Like I said, I don't look too much at news. I was watching actually. I always kind of keep an eye at night on the Hang Seng market, because I trade a lot of China, and yeah, they had a really nice move uh, overnight. Well, you can see the gap up in KWeb and FXI, just beautiful gap up there. So I don't know if they're uh, cutting some rates or what they did. Like I said, I don't pay much attention to news, but so if you take a look at KWeb, though, everything was kind of, even though yesterday was an ugly day, that's why I didn't give up on everything. I love the way it was kind of uh, trading here. See if I can zoom in. I'm not going to draw it, but you can kind of see a kind of wedge that it was building. Probably better, and if I looked at Baba or something like that, because it's gappy and sloppy. But Peter, you talk about, this is one where it popped through highs right there in that series, but instead of just buying the highs, I looked down to see where the 10 period moving average is. I stuck my bid down there at 506. Bam, got hit. So if, even though I'm swing trading, but if I was a day trader, and I bought it at 14, I'd be nervous and be coughing it up down here at 504. Where I think a lot of times if you just be patient and bid in around that 10 period moving average, you can a lot of times get some good. And even if you don't want to bid in, you're not comfortable bidding in case something happens and it just pounds you and shoots right through, you just put a price alert out there and see how it reacts around that 10 period moving average. Every time I do a little stupid trade like this UCAR, even though I just bought a tiny bit, I'll end up nursing it for like 3 weeks because it won't do anything. Just sit here and slop around and go sideways. I'll put alert down here just in case it goes to lows because it's one I just made. All right. Take a look, see what's happening over here on the relative strength from open. Boy, that one took off. Bright Minds. 2 million in the float. Oh, this one was a runner a while back. It's getting that time though on a Friday afternoon where I really don't want to take new positions. I just want to manage the ones I'm in. Spies are flirting with breaking their 10 period moving average. So far, I've been holding up very well. I don't know what this is, but I'm going to get rid of it. I think I drew something earlier. AWIN. Oh, yeah, 30-cent stock, not my cup of tea. Uh, did have a good volume bar on this day, but really hasn't done anything since then. Hold on, let me get my dog barking at the mailman. Yeah, I mean, I don't play, sub $1 stocks, but yeah, that has me curious that that big volume bar. Now it ran right into its 10 period moving average and fell back. Ran into it again yesterday. So really, it's at 31 cents. Ran into it again. So I'm not sure what this ugliness is right here, but yeah, that's to me. I don't have I don't really don't have an opinion. That's not not something I would trade. I mean, honestly, I would probably want it back above 40 cents. But at least take out the high of this big volume bar. I think any yeah positions before then is just taking a flyer, a chance. Yeah, yeah, cash. You got 193,000 debts. This looks like a very small company. That's probably not a lot of revenue at all. Uh, so yeah, that's just I mean, some people know how to play those penny stocks. Rocket Mortgage, David. Let's see. Well, it's doing a lot better than the Lending Club because Lending Club had earnings day before yesterday or yesterday actually, and they're struggling. Uh, I used to love trading that Rocket. I haven't traded in a while, but it's looking doesn't look bad at all. Big level. Yeah, it's definitely trying to dig up out of the grave. If it gets above this, 1145 level, could be a nice little bottoming, rounding bottom pattern there for a very long time. So doesn't look bad. Yeah, David. Once again, trying to understand why stocks do what they do. I mean, Rocket Mortgage, back when let's take a look at the weekly chart. Back when rates were around 2%, this thing was getting, hit the whole time. So it's just crazy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, go back over to this area. Yeah, the rates were dirt cheap, and it's going down, and now people don't understand. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, rates are going up. Why is this thing going up? I never try to figure that stuff out, man. This is why I don't pay a whole lot of attention to news, and I just follow charts. And right now, that's telling me it is trying to put in a bottoming pattern there. Look at the weekly there and see that little, uh, kind of basing pattern down here. Do I hear Barry, the stock whisperer?
Yes. So, it's funny. You talk about rates and all that. So take a look at KVH, or sorry, BZH today.
Okay, let me take a look. Yeah. Wow, look at
Home
that.
builder. Home
Yep.
builder, right? Home
Yep.
builder.
Yep.
All-time high.
Mhm.
Earnings by today, all-time high.
Isn't that crazy?
So what happened? I thought there was a housing crisis, but you look at the home builder index. I mean, I don't know if it's an all-time high, but it's certainly not low.
Mhm.
And a lot of these stocks like Len and the other ones that we don't have in Canada, I mean, they're just all-time highs.
Mhm.
So can somebody explain to me?
Well, I think there's, even though interest rates are going up, I think there's still kind of a scarcity in homes. I think, and I think a lot of the commodity prices are coming down too. So that obviously helps the home
Mhm.
builder. I mean, last I haven't checked in a while, but yeah, Barry, I'm the same way. That's why I just that's why I'm a technician and not a fundamentalist, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll look at the news on the day of. If I'm going to trade something,
Right, sure.
I want to just see. Okay, I wonder why this thing is moving higher. Oh, that's kind
Yep.
of interesting. Fine, but yeah, the macro end of it, though, I don't care about.
No.
I mean, it's
Yeah, exactly.
you can go to 10 different TV stations and hear 10 different ideas about what the market's going to do and what interest rates are going to do, and that doesn't interest me at all. But it is sort of for me because all we heard about was the housing crisis, housing crisis, housing
Mhm.
crisis, and I kept watching these home builders go higher. So the next time we hear some sector crisis, we just got to pile into it and buy it
Mhm.
because it
I
doesn't
agree,
make
Barry.
seriously. I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Look at this URGN. Oh my goodness. I was able to get a piece of that while I was on my break. And this had some big news yesterday, I think.
Oh,
It's on an
wow.
earnings play, URGN.
Crazy.
Yeah, no kidding. It's had some kind of a bio. I think it's something to do with it might be the urinary tract.
No.
Yeah, Eurogen.
Oh,
Uh,
man.
yeah, some cancer of the bladders and all that. Anyway, yeah, look at that thing go.
Crazy.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. And it's funny, I don't even think I saw it yesterday. And the reason is that there's been so many earnings plays that just have dominated my time.
Sure,
And
sure.
so I didn't really see any of the kind of the wild ones. But today I saw this one, and yeah, while I was on my break, said, well, just take some on that 20 break, and look at it now, $23.
Man,
Man. I've been actually
really.
eyeballing the First Solar too. Um,
I know. I'm mad that I didn't buy it when my first alert went off at oh gosh, around 202 or something like that. But
and 202, I believe, is almost the VWAP. If I
is it
look at,
okay?
yeah, I think 202. Well, it might have changed now because of the volume, but I think because I had an alert set there too. Yeah, 202.57 is the VWAP. But when I was doing my pre-market work and I was talking to everybody in the pre-market, this was maybe, even though this is way outside the price range I normally trade, this was maybe going to be my number one focus to go long
Yeah.
because had great earnings after hours.
Hmm.
It held in the pre-market, and then all of a sudden, look at that
I
giant
know.
red candle. And the only thing I can see is that they're committing $1.1 billion to some kind of a project. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I
Is
did
that,
see that as well. Yeah, that's
but it's not like it's a financing, but or maybe they have to raise the 1.1 billion. But I looked at that and I thought that is the craziest thing. Well, not the craziest thing I've seen today, but one of the craziest things. Because I mean that was
yeah.
like from 224 underneath 200, just like that.
No,
When
crazy.
everything looked good.
I know.
When everything looked really good. But that's the market, my friend.
Yep.
That is the market.
Well, it's yeah, and a lot of times it's shenanigans. Look where it came down to, man. It just came right down to this 10 and 50 period moving average, broke it, and
Hmm.
then bounced right up. Yeah, crazy.
Exactly. Exactly.
Mm.
All right. What time is it now? 12:57. I will let
Yeah.
you go and
All
get
right,
a
Barry.
quick start
Well,
on your weekend. I know
oh
you
well,
have
thank you.
another couple of hours to go. But
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
oh yeah. Okay, Andy. Thanks a
All right,
lot as always
Barry.
for your
Yes,
for
man.
filling in on Monday,
And
giving me my
and you have a
break. That's
great
great.
yeah. You have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
All right, everybody. You do the same. We'll talk to you next week. Bye bye.
Okay, guys, just got to get my music going. I was just saying to Andy that on this Eurogen, took it just on that 20 break. I was on my break, just on my break, and I was just doing my exercise that I just finished. I saw this little 20 break. So I was saying to him, I don't really even remember seeing this one yesterday. I'm 100% sure it would have been in the momentum up, but I was so concentrated on earnings plays yesterday that I did not really pay that much attention to this one. And I guess it must have had some great drug in their pipeline. Obviously, some positive data, and then a continuation to today, and that is the URGN. Just incredible. And I don't know where it can go. Yeah, I think I backed this out. I mean, that's the other thing. I think the next highs were around $25 on the weekly chart. So anyway, I didn't see that post. I should have paid more attention to that post than Stuart. Stuart says he mentioned it when it was just over 18. Yeah, well, it took out yesterday's high. But again, I've been so focused on the earnings plays that I just figured that I would not didn't want to be too distracted by anything else. Yeah, SHYF is having a decent comeback day. I'm actually eyeballing it right now. See if it gets back into the 1520s. Obviously, it has room. Had a bad day, horrible day yesterday, which some of us were able to take advantage of. It just kept moving down, 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 down. But it did show up on the options scan, I think. And Andy and I were talking about BZH. BZH is an earnings play today. Home builder, all-time high. And we're sort of saying, what happened to the home building crash or the market crash, housing crash? But as Andy was saying, and maybe there's just a dearth of new homes on the market or homes on the market. So people still want to buy. And that, but this is amazing to me. BZH earnings play came from RAI and all-time high now. Crazy stuff. Okay, guys, and now notice I left this in on purpose. So you see I got taken out in the simulator on the NWL. Okay, that's how that works. So if you are really struggling to obey your stops, you can always use an automated stop. Your broker, or if you want to use this broker, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can always just have an automated stop, and or your broker will have a way to do it. If you are really, really, hard, if you have a tough time obeying your stops, and take it out, take that aspect of trading away from yourself, and basically it's taking the emotions out. Yeah, I mean, there are not very many. Yeah, you're right. There are not very around our area. Hardly any homes for sale. But there are still people that want to buy. So when that home does go out in the market, there's a flurry of excitement for that one home. Okay, guys, let's see. So the market is starting to drift down just a little bit here. We're still pretty solidly positive, but the market is starting to drift down a little bit now. This is 45 minutes. Well, half an hour plus 3 minutes. Oh, yes, crazy SPAC mover. Yes, crazy SPAC mover. It was crazy 3 days ago when it got up to 38. Obviously, crazier now. I just have not paid attention to anything other than earnings plays or something that has very specific news. And do we know who they're supposed to merge with? Yeah, I couldn't see any quick news on that. That's why you should practice trading. Hopefully, you're not. Hopefully, J0732, you are not using real money. If you're new to trading, you should be using a simulator. Doesn't have to be ours, but if you have our product, then you can be using our simulator. That's a very common occurrence of people. It's all like the fear of missing out, the FOMO. You want to chase a stock, but what you're doing, yeah, you're chasing something that's parabolic, and 9 times out of 10, it'll probably fall on you. All right, guys, I am just Carvana's been well. I mentioned Carvana quite a while ago when it was just breaking through the its VWAP. Looks like it's holding that VWAP pretty well and moving higher. First Solar is an interesting one to me. Again, this is way outside the price range I normally would trade, but I am watching it. Just kind of hanging around that 205 mark, but as high as 206.27. There's the VWAP, 202.62. I actually had a price alert set there. So, guys, we're getting into a Friday afternoon. We have 3 hours left. I don't anticipate nothing like happened yesterday when everything was still really, really flying right into the close. Not saying nothing is going to. Okay, there's the Eurogen again, URGN. I'm completely out of it now, but you know what? It still has some room, I believe, to 26. Did I say? Yeah, 25. 2501 actually. It's a tough spread right now. 23.10, 23.33. Yeah, pretty tough spread. Okay, guys, this SHYF is interesting me again. Is this kind of hanging around over 15? Good spread, 13.16. And of course, the attraction is that 16.28 is the high of yesterday because it got hammered down yesterday. Hammered down on earnings. So I mean, this is no, it's not like everything is rosy again, but there's a bounce play right now over 15. Just trying to see if it can hold that 15. Maybe go back into the 15.20s, and I might take this trade. There's BZH again, guys. BZH another new high. Actually, been a pretty good one from our AI. Only 4 alerts from the AI. All earnings plays. Pretty big float. Actually, it's not a big float. I am surprised. Only 27 million in the float. Probably next week in Canada. Usually it's the first Monday in August. So whenever that is. Yeah, so the third looks like it's I guess there is a holiday Monday. I don't get it, but I think it's the first Monday. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I'm looking at July. Well, let's take a look now in August. Looks like it could be the 7th then. Yeah, Monday is the 31st. So it's probably the 7th. That's the first Monday. Guys, there goes First Solar, FSLR. A modest little move. I am still intrigued by this Beezer just because of the float. That's a very low float. That actually kind of keeps me out of it a little bit. You know, with that price of 33, with that float, you know, you can get a pretty big rug pull, 50, 60 cent pull right down. It could prop right back up, but where are you going to put your stop, you know? But it's an all-time high, so there's no resistance, no chart resistance. Okay, this one is starting to drift down, guys. This is a huge float, 1.36 billion in the float. This one meaning MDLZ. Okay, drifting down, still positive for the day, but it's starting to drift down. It's an earnings play, breaking down below 75. The next low looking left is 74.50. That's only 50 cents away. So I don't know. On a $75 stock, I mean, it may stall 50 cents away. So probably not worth it if that holds it. Hmm. You guys might want to take a look at Palantir, PLTR. Looks like it's breaking out a little bit. Some 15-minute consolidation. Um, Next high looking left on the daily, I think it's almost there. 1749, and then after that, 18. So, you know, I mean, if it gets through 1750 somehow, possible. It tried earlier today. And again, this the news today is that Wedbush has called this the Messi of AI. Messi as a reference to, of course, the soccer player. Well, Michael, you asked a question before. What's the difference between a day trader and a swing trader? A day trader doesn't give a rip about upgrades or downgrades or news necessarily. They just play the chart. So the fact that it may have a lot of downgrades today, the SHYF, doesn't matter. I mean, you just play what the chart is telling you. If you're a swing trader, yeah, maybe you're going to pay more attention to things like that. But intraday trader, you can trade garbage, you know, as long as the chart is telling you that it's okay. So I mean, that's yeah, I think you're just too hung up on news like that. If you were trying to analyze stuff, like why would people buy SHYF because of all the downgrades? Who cares? All you do is you check the chart, and if the chart looks good, you can trade it. Always with a stop, of course, but well, Phoenix, I cannot speak for everybody, of course. The question is, does anyone use different scanners tailored to the morning and afternoon sessions? I personally don't, but I cannot speak for other people. Oh, I'm a day trader, Jose. I mean, swing trade very, very, very seldomly. Well, there's the Beezer, you know, BZHR guys. Yeah, I almost took it, but it was the float that kind of got to me. At 27 million in the float, pretty low for a $33 stock. So I thought it could get a little more whippy than I would want, but obviously it would have worked. Okay, guys, so what time is it now? 1:16. I think I'll do my video on 17, so I should be back about 1:27. So let me just put that announcement in. I'm 27 ET, of course, Eastern time. Okay, I will put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, that Visa just is ripping higher here still, guys, off earnings. What if they did a reverse split at some point? Because that's such a low float, 27 million. For solar, I did not take it, guys, but you know, if you did, for solar continues to inch its way up. FSLR continues to inch its way up. This is another AI alert, guys, coming right into maybe a resistance area, though, but it's not bad. The alert was at 44.36. So, you know, about $1 move. A split, a reverse split, though, right? I mean, it had to be a reverse split. Because that's such a low float value for what I would have considered a fairly decent company. I don't know. I mean, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I don't know anything about this company other than what it says. I know they're a home builder in your country in the States, but all right, guys, keep an eye on the SHYF. Let's see if it gets into the 20s. I may take this. So it's over 12, over 10 years ago. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's having an explosive day for it today. Yeah, 1.3 million shares. That's represents 27, sorry, that represents 8 times normal, 8.5 times normal up to this time of day. Big option. I mean, it's traded some option, some contracts, 2,100, not a huge number, but that's 11 times normal. Of course, that's why it's showing up here. So interestingly, so it showed up on the option scanner right here, 1041, 3258, and it showed up on RAI a little earlier. But you could have waited a long time, you know, and sacrificed 20 cents, but with maybe a little more trading behind it, because the alert was at 32.38 at 10 o'clock. Only moved 20 cents, and at 1041 I'm sorry, it triggered a lot earlier. Triggered in my option scanner at 10:08, 19:08. You know what? I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm sorry. My eyes are going. That's BZ. So BZH, yeah, 3258 was the first alert in the option scanner. You start to see the same stock in different types of scanners. Really you have to watch. This one has been an active trader, PGY. It just continues to move up, but choppy intraday, but the trend is certainly up, PGY. I don't see where they on the weekly chart. Yeah, of course, this has got just a ton of room on the weekly chart, 821. Not sure, I can't remember what happened here. I don't know if that was one of those short sellers that came in and did a real hit piece on them. I don't know. Wait a moment, guys. All right, guys. Again, I'm still kind of interested in this SHYF just because of the gap. Okay, just because of the high of yesterday, and starts to fill it in a little bit more. No other reason. What about PAGs, Michael Anthony? Okay, let's take a look at PAGS. Now, you're obviously talking as a swing. Okay, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, look, it's you look left. The next high is 1107 or so. After that, it's got room to 1142, and after that, 1267. Any of these areas, I'm not saying they're getting there, but I mean, at least it's trying to come back and maybe start to fill in a void. I would not take this unless it took out 1105. So what that's about 12 cents away. And then again, 1139 is the next high. So I mean, it's got some room. But don't tell me about debt and financing and anything else. All I'm looking at is what the chart is telling me. Okay, guys, but an hour and a half left before I probably shut the room down. All right, guys. So I'm not hearing too many more new alerts. I know some of you guys have been in the IFBD. This one, MKFG, this just showed up. This has been yeah, look at this, very active stock. Now, look left. What do I see? I don't like it. Is that simple? It might tear right through that 228. If it does, then it's got room. So 226 is the next high looking left. Yeah, 226 is the next high looking left for MKFG. If it gets through that, then the next high is 268, which would be fine, but it's got to get through the 226. Yeah, it's a free room, Hussein. Okay, it is a free room. We use it as a marketing. We use it as a marketing tool, if you will. Obviously, I try to show what you can do using trade ideas. Do I see through the watermark, or is it just to block us? Yeah, so I mean, I'll stick an alert at 226 to see if it happens, but it's at 226 for the MKFG. But the candles covered it up, so it's not like it's not like the watermark is covering up the candles. So are they calling them? Are they calling it the Messi of AI again? So, Kishra, watch what I'm going to do here because you can sort of look at English language. Okay, I'm going to add the position. You're talking about the position in 30-minute range, right? So let's just see what it says. Position in 30-minute range. You added the filter, and you put um, max of 0. Okay, let's just see what it says. Okay, where the stock is below the low of this range, where the stock is at the low of this range. So you've done it correctly. So if you want to see stocks near the low or below the 30-minute, yes. Good thing to do is just click on the summary and it'll tell you English language. I know it's a little tricky, the min and the max, but you've done it right. If you want to see stocks at the low of the 30-minute range. Okay. All right. Well, the pump is working. The pump is working for the PLTR. I used to sort of joke around saying, we should have a designated CNBC watcher. So I designate you again, Casa. Especially if you know that a CEO of a company is coming up. A lot of times, you'll see that stock start to run a little ahead. of whoever, well, or a spokesperson. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a CEO. Must be the other settings, Kishore. I mean, there've got to be stocks making at 30-minute lows. Just for fun, I'll create one just for fun. BZH. Wow. Did my video on it. I'll even see if this, yeah, here we go. Just with the settings I had. Yeah, you can see off right off the bat. So there's nothing wrong with the scan, or there's nothing wrong with that setting that I can see anyway. All I had was price between 5 and 35, 300,000 shares, and then again 30-minute low and down 2% from yesterday's close, which makes sense a little bit. So if we start looking at some of these stocks, they should all be moving down. Yeah. Yeah, but he's talking about how I'm displaying it. You have control of how you want to see it, but he's talking about how I'm displaying it. I think anyway. Boy, I looked at this. Honest to gosh, guys, I was all set to take it, and I just saw that float. I know I'm repeating myself. I saw the float, and that scared me off. I was looking at it right here at around $1 ago. I see EH actually. I don't think it's an earnings play. I do see EH. Of course, it's a China stock. If KWeb is still moving like it was. So KWeb is sort of flattened out. China ETF. Okay, so Ron, the one thing, and it's up to you. It is totally up to you, of course. I think I made a change, and I upped the price range to 40. Okay, so if you right click, I'm talking to Ron in our YouTube room. He's saying he's not getting BZH in the option scanner. So if you right click on the option plays, and you probably if you have the don't repeat, you'd have to do the same thing, and then click on configure all. Okay, and then edit the selected. And yours probably says 1 to 30 in a price range. So I'll do that again. If you right click and click on configure all, basically what that does is for all the strategies that are in here, or all the alert scans that are in here, some of them are universal in terms of a price range. So every one of those scans has a price between 1 and 40. Well, except yours says 1 and 30. So you can change it if you want. I think I changed it last week, probably because of earnings season. I mean, I could easily up this to 50. Yeah, so if you want, you can change it to 40 or 50 or 60. And if you change it, then just say okay, because the okay will ungray, and then you can just okay it and then done. Now, if you have this one, that don't repeat, you have to do the same thing here. Okay, you would have to do the same thing here. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. So momentum up, BZH, option plays, BZH, 10-day daily breakout, BZH, AI, BZH. You know, so many different scans pick that up. BGLC is flying. Now, why I have the momentum up, especially the momentum up, lot like IFBD as an example. Not that I'm trading IFBD, but you see, it doesn't trade options. Okay. So this will catch the stocks that are really moving up or moving down, but that don't trade options. I almost feel like what I should do is put in a filter that only shows stocks that aren't trading options here. And all I'd have to do is put option volume. I could add like this. Option volume today. So if I added that filter, I'm not necessarily going to, but if I put 1 here, okay, that means it's going to block every stock other than like an IFBD. Anything that doesn't trade options will only show up here. I might do that. Might do that. You know, here's a, or maybe a minimum. Has to be a minimum number of options. I don't know. But for instance, BGLC, I don't see that one at all. Now, is this underneath $1? BGLC? No. Interesting. Wonder why I'm not seeing it anywhere. I can't answer that question, Phoenix. I mean, some of the small ones don't. You know, some of these crazy little ones don't. Ah, pink. That's why. Thank you, William. Yep, that's exactly the reason. I don't have pink shades here. That's exactly the reason. So what William is saying is that why BGLC is not showing up in my momentum scan is because I don't trade pink sheet stocks. So I right click, configure, and if I click on exchanges, you'll see that the pink sheets and the OTC, etc., are not checked because I don't trade pink sheet stocks. And if you're going to ask me why, because. You know, for a $205 stock, First Solar is just sitting at $205. It's hardly moving. So here's a bankrupt stock that is popping a bit. Yell. I shouldn't say a bankrupt stock. I don't know if they've officially declared, but they had such a William was talking about it yesterday. File for Chapter 11 on Monday. Hmm. Okay, thank you, William, for that insight. So, guys, the market 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, an hour and a half. Not quite. This has 11 minutes. This candle to close, but an hour and almost an hour and a half down now after that nice run. Dow is starting to fade a bit. Nas is still fairly strong. All right, Dan is an earnings play. I think it's making a new low. DAN. Yeah, Dan is making a new low here, guys. Actually, this is interesting. It just made a new low, but it also just went negative. So it's below yesterday's close now. Dan, earnings play. But yeah, but you look left on the daily chart. To me, there's just, little areas where it could easily stall. So I will not take that trade. I wish that weren't the case because that's a nice break. That's a nice breakout or breakdown. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't even think I'm allowed to trade the pinks on IB. I think I disabled that option a while back. Not that I want to. Boy, guys, this first solar, I'm just so tempted to maybe just take a little bit to see if it has an end of day run. Let's see if IB has shorts for that one. BGLC, no shorts available at IB either. Well, I mean, without doing a search. One more. All right, guys. Texas Roadhouse, TXRH is another earnings play on the way down. Yeah, TXRH. What sort of room does it have looking left? There's the 200-day moving average, well below 104.09. And let's see. Well, a little bit of room. 107.86. Not a big percentage move for a $109 stock, but might appeal to some. QS is making noise again. Yeah. Okay. So looking left on that, yeah, maybe a break over 13. I'm going to put an alert around 1306 and see if that takes it out. Meanwhile, oh my goodness, bees are not letting up at all. I did see some volume also, though, of course, if it's going to take that 13 out. Yeah, I think I stuck an alert around 1305. And the high of the day is up in the 1350 level. And I think it still had some room, right? Yeah, 1386. 1386 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for QS. So not counting today, of course, but yeah. So I mean, if it gets over 13, it might have an end of day run. What's the big float? Yeah, so I said the next high looking left for QS, not counting today, of course, on the weekly chart is 1386. So if it gets over 13, and I've got an alert, I think around 1308, because I want to see it clear 13 in a big way, but also some volume is coming in. A little bit of volume is coming in. What time is it now? 1:59. So only another minute. Little bit of volume coming in. You can see that volume bar there is at least it's bigger than the last three. Not huge though. But if you get some volume coming in, it's up to maybe 1305, 06. Then of course it has to contend with today's high. And then 1386 is the actual next high on a weekly chart. But as we all know, I'm not saying that is where it's going. Oh, XPAV guys, I'm seeing XPAV here. XPAV on the move, probably. Yes, China stock. Look at this. China stock. And I'm looking at KWeb. KWeb is still, every time I hear, oh man, I just know I'm going to see Visa at the top here. Oh, surprise. A couple of China stocks. Weibo, WB, and of course the education stock, TAL. So a couple of China stocks right at the top here. And look at China. Little lift here, China ETF. What a break on the daily. I mean, this is really something, guys. Big break on the daily now. You too, Dak. Nice to see you back for a while anyway. Spock, SPOK, guys. That was one yesterday. Big sell off. It really popped up high. Then it sold off a lot. I wish this were earlier in the day. WB, yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. 1584, another China stock. China's just TAL, TAL, of course, is China education. To me, it's just coming into too much resistance around 8. The best part of the scan today, guys, is how few alerts we've had. You know, we're not inundated with alerts on abnormal option activity. Very manageable. And, you can see the time, so you can see the spacing. Not like they're all coming at once. Plenty of time to analyze, see if you want to take the trade or not. and just see that First Solar is just going to. I'm not in it. I know I should be in it. I'm just not in it. I really should have been in it on the break of the VWAP. Now the VWAP has moved up. I think it was 20280. I think I had an alert set. My excuse is that it happened during my break, but this looks like it's in this gentle recovery mode. Is it? I should know this, but I'm not 100% sure. Is it XHB? Yes, XHB is the look at this. This is the Home Builders ETF, almost an all-time high. So it's not just BZH. I mean, it's you look at Lennar, LAN, and I don't know, Pulte and all the other ones. Look at this Home Builders. 3 months, 63 to 83, 84. I still have kind of an eye on this SHYF. Why? Well, let's take a look at it. SHYF. Now, if you recall yesterday, I'm going to back this 15-minute chart out. This is where I took the short. So SHYF was already down. I think it was showing up on the option scanner on the way down. And then it based for about an hour, and then it took a big drop down. And that was at 14, and it got down to what, 1285. So, but it based for at least an hour, maybe even longer, an hour and 15 minutes before it finally moved. So look what it's doing now. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen, but you can kind of see how it's basing. And now my bias is on a pop up, not a drop down, but we'll see. Okay, here's another. Well, here's a cheap one, guys. Again, I haven't been watching the cheap ones at all, but here's another one, guys. Larmer. Now it is coming into the 200 day, so that may stall it. It showed up earlier. What time? 11:12, 383. It's at 409 now, and that is LRMR. But and this is yeah, actually there are a lot of shares available. They're short for that one. 3.35 million at Interactive Brokers. Why would I be interested? Well, look at the 200-day moving average, 417, and it's at 405. I mean, now if it pops through that, I mean, look out. I mean, their next high is way up here. Well, I guess there's a high over here at 430, and then after that. But as we've seen time and again, that 200-day moving average can really, really be a stumbling block for a stock to move higher. I'm glad you agree with my analysis, but what was it? Oh, you're talking about KWeb in general, like the China stocks? Now let's see if I'm right. Let's see if this really cannot get through that 200-day. Question was, how do I like CSX? Oops. Okay, so it had earnings on the 20th, so that's behind. I guess it didn't look like, yeah, obviously the reaction was not good. It's trying to recover. To me, it's just coming into a bunch of resistance, maybe, up in this area here. So I don't really see much. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, I guess this over here is just maybe the lifetime high, or I guess over here it is $38 or so. So I mean, it's near the lifetime high, but had earnings and got slammed down in earnings, and it's recovered. That's about all I can see. Now, if you're looking intraday, this is holding the VWAP 33.75. It's holding the VWAP, that blue line there. But again, Michael, if you're asking me, fundamentals, I don't know anything about the company what I can read about them, and all I know is they had earnings a few days ago, and the market did not react well. That is in the 10-day daily. That is in the 10-day daily. You know what? I've got a retainer in my mouth. I've been told I grind by my dentist, so I'm trying to wear this retainer. Just give me a moment. If I sound mumbled sometimes, that's why. AIXI, let's say AIXI 699. Wow, what a run. What a run it's China stock, you're right. AIXI. This looks like it started trading as AIXI not that long ago. But it really hasn't moved. It showed up on the 10-day daily breakout at 12:12 Eastern time. 6.99, and it really hasn't moved. Now, it doesn't mean it won't move later. We have no float information on it. So let me just go check another source. I'm sure it'll be very low. 5.7 million. Okay, I see what Shady is trying to do with the SIGA. Let's take a look at SIGA. Fix. I think didn't Fix have not an earnings play, but I thought I saw it in the pre-market as something that was maybe an upgrade or something. Maybe not. I must have seen it in the pre-market just because I had done this, but it really did nothing once the market opened. Surprised it trades options. Barely. So let's take a look at SIGA. And so what Shady is talking about, I don't know if that means he's in it or he's waiting for the 571. Looks like it might have hit 571 with a stop at 559. So the QS, PJ, I know you're watching it, but QS is still hanging underneath that 13 mark. Oops. Yeah, need volume, need some volume to pop it through there. Okay, guys, it is now 2:17, so not too long. I'll be wrapping up, but one last look at my homepage and what you can find. All right, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. It'll be at the top here. So if you do want to take out a subscription, there's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only. And if you do want to take out a yearly subscription, just contact me in the room and I can get you a 25% off. Okay. If you want to take out a yearly. To get started is right here. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, great course. Michael Noss, it's free. Michael Noss, a Trade It Is, designed this. Meanwhile, BZH just made another new high. Stock of the day video. Speaking of BZH, that's what I did my video on. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. How is Nordstrom's doing? I bet you Nordstrom's is doing pretty well today with the way the market is. Yeah, not bad. What was the trigger? Was it 2080? I think so. That's $2, I believe. Believe it was 2080. So that's a pretty good trade of the week, guys. I think the trigger was 2080. So that's almost a $2 move. And of course, if you have it, these are designed for longer term trades, of course. And the next high looking left, 21.45. So that's through that. 22.59 through that. So the next high, I mean, there's a shot to 26. I'm not saying it's getting there, but the trades of the week are designed for longer term holds. How you trade it, completely up to you if you trade it at all. Big education section is here, and then here are my scans. So if you've clicked on my homepage link and you're saying, well, where are my scans? Here they are. Scroll down. And here are the scans. And again, this column right here, the breakouts and the breakdowns and the option plays right there, that's what I concentrate on all the time. So again, you want to take out a subscription, please use my link. This will help the room a lot, keeps the room free. Okay, because the room will get credit for the subscription. And that's what keeps the room free. So you can save my homepage link. And later on, if you do want to take on a subscription, great. You can click on it and then use that promo code. Of course, you can always look, if you have a subscription right now, you might want to save my homepage so you can take a look at my scans anytime and that education section. Oh, I just did, Michael. Did you not see them? I just did. Click on my homepage link and then scroll down and here are the scans. Okay, now for short selling, I mean, the way it's color coded. Now, remember, these are ideas. Okay, so if you see anything in brown, that is a potential short, and anything in this light blue is a potential long. Okay, that's number one. Number two, in the momentum up and down, again, potential shorts here, momentum down. So I'm sharing that. There it is right there. Doc momentum up or down right there. And then in the option scanner, not too many today, obviously, with the market being up. Not as many as we had yesterday. We had a lot yesterday, of course, in brown. That with stocks moving down, potential shorts. Okay, Eddie and Michael. And as always, if you want to see what the scan is looking for, like the momentum scan here, so you just right click, configure, and summary. This is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. A lot of screeners out there. We are a real-time alert machine. So right here, if the stock is between 1 and 50, and the current volume is 300,000 minimum, and this gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Now, we have many, many, many different real-time alerts. I almost exclusively just use new highs and new lows. But of course, we have many, many, many more. And we have many different filters too. Now, if you're looking at all this and thinking, well, I can't learn all that, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason we have so many, and I would lobby to get rid of a lot of them, but the reason we have so many, with all the different thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles, the company had to create enough different alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. Now, if you don't want to build your own scans, you can use a lot of mine. And then you can always adjust them. You look at this momentum scan as an example. And again, I'm saying the price is between 1 and 50. You may not want that price range. Maybe you want a completely different price range between 1 and 10 or 10 to 100. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. This is a template. This is what I use, but it doesn't have to be what you use. Look at it. This first solar is going to drive me crazy. Just inching its way up, guys. FSLR inching its way up. Almost at 210 now. And as you get used to using Trade Ideas, you may come across a filter that you like. Okay. And or maybe you'd want to get rid of one of these. You say, I don't care. I don't care about that current volume or but you may come across a filter that you like and you may add it to a scan, one of the templates. So we have no alerts for EMAs. I know as crazy as that sounds, we have no alerts for EMAs, just SMAs. You can put an EMA on a chart on your charts, but you cannot. We don't have like an EMA when the stock hits a certain EMA, you get a price alert. No. All right, PJ, we're at 13 for QS. I just don't see a lot of volume though, but we are at 13 for QS. So again, this is just a glimpse of what our AI did today, guys. So there's the Beezer, up 7% now. This is not bad. I mean, it was a little higher before, but IMGN 911 947. This was a not bad. The only one that didn't work was the AVTR, and it basically is just flat. All four of these are earnings plays. It's not a filter that was in the strategy. It just happened to be earnings plays. So, guys, a good time to ask questions. We got another maybe half an hour. We're going to at least 3 o'clock. I will stay later if there are questions, but good time to ask questions now if you have any. Never be ashamed to ask, Tony. Never. Honestly, guys, don't be shy to ask a question that I look. I know there are a lot of people listen. They say, "Man, I'd like to ask this guy something, but I'm too embarrassed to, or I'm too shy to." Don't. We all started off new. Okay, the stupid things I did for years before I finally kind of understood what I was trying to do. The difference is I didn't have a room. Seriously, I had nobody to ask. So please ask questions. Okay. So how did I change the scan filters? PJ, where art thou? There's our QS now getting interesting. So are you talking about the filters in here, or does it really just in general? Are you talking about in the options plays? Because in the option play, it's a little bit different. But if you're talking about here, and say a typical alert window, and you right click, configure. I have to wait for this. It's taking a little while. Let me try it again. Right click, configure. And then if you click on the summary, you're going to see what it's looking for exactly. Okay. So if you see this stock where the price is between 1 and 50, well, just left click on the icon. Okay. And then you'll bring this up. Now you can make your changes. So there's the price is 1 in 50. So if I said, let's make it 10 and 100. Okay. I made it 10 and 100. If I click on summary, it's going to show me in English language, see how that has changed. And then, so you can make some changes if you want. And then once you do, make sure you say okay to save the changes. I'm not going to. Okay. And also make sure you save your work at the end of the day. Very, very good idea. Number one, to save every single scan you've created or that you've taken from me, save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. Okay, now it's in the cloud. Save your layout to the cloud. If you've got a layout that you've got that you probably are using, I use this basically the same layout every day. So again, file, file, save or share to cloud. You probably want to click entire layout and then give it a name. My first trade ideas layout, or you know, my layout, whatever you want to call it, and then save it. So now it's in the cloud. When you exit trade ideas, file. When you exit, it's going to ask you, you want to save your layout? Yes or no? If it's a layout you want to use every day, just say yes. Because when you start trade ideas, say on Monday, your layout will be, the layout you're using right now will pop on the screen. Okay. Give me a moment. Okay. Now, why save things to the cloud? Well, first of all, for instance, an individual scan. Now, those of you who've been in the room for a few months now, you know that I had this option scan. I created this one, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago. I really can't remember anymore. Okay. And I was using it. I loved it. And then, I don't know, for whatever reason, I stopped liking it. And I hadn't used it for probably 2 or 3 years. And I only resurrected it several months ago. We'll call it maybe 4 months ago. And the way I could resurrect it is because I'd saved it to the cloud, because I never get rid of any scan I created. I just keep it in the cloud because I never know. Maybe I want to bring one back, I want to bring it back. And what happened is William and several others were saying in the room, oh, I found that stock on Barry's option scan. And I go, oh, yeah, whatever. And it kept happening. So I said, well, I better bring this thing back to see what they're seeing. So I brought it back, and then I fell in love with it again. Now, will it last forever? I don't know. Okay. Now there's a scan that I used to like a lot, was the gap continuation or reversal. It's still really good, I'm sure, but I want to minimize the number of scans I have. But there could come a time where I look at this, the options, my option scan, and I look, maybe it's just not giving me what I'm looking for anymore. And maybe I bring back my gap continuation and reversal scan. Okay. So the other reason to save everything to the cloud is that you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So I'm working on a desktop computer, but I've got a laptop, I've got a couple of tablets. So if I went out and bought a new laptop tomorrow, all I have to do is download our program, and then I just file load from cloud. I can load whatever layout I've saved or any win. So, obviously it's a time saver. Now you can only have trade ideas. You can only be running trade ideas one device at a time. Okay. But you can have it on as many devices as you want. And of course, the other major reason is that, let's say something happens to my laptop, and and it just fizzles, I've disk cries or something. Well, I have to get a new laptop, or sorry, desktop, you know, download the program, and then again, everything's in the cloud. I'm not going to lose anything. Okay, so somebody asked about my trade. So I'm using the Trading View charts right now. I have my AI alerts. The reason being is that right now I'm finding that because of all the things that I'm running, I'm finding that my AI, my trade ideas charts are a little sluggish, and they know about it. And so I'm hoping that they can, maybe I know what's happening. We're moving almost, we're moving closer and closer to a pure web based version of the product. Okay, so this is putting some taxes on my resources anyway. So Ron, yeah, we link very well with TradingView, though. All you have to do is click on new and then external linking. And then when you add a link, and then I would just go into a chart. The only thing you have to do is use the alternate method. Okay, that's all I've done. So, but we link very well with TradingView. Okay. Well, the problem, our major problem with the desktop version, or trying to get is this brokerage plus window. Okay, trying to get this into the web-based version, and that until that happens, we will have a desktop version. But I mean, our web-based version. See, my problem with the web-based version right now, and I mean, I don't know what it's going to look like. Just show you. So here is our web-based version. Okay, it's virtually the same. I mean, I've got a different layout out here, but I get no races also, but I'm not really into the races right now anyway. Um, but it's essentially the same. The biggest problem I would have is somebody with multiple monitors is, and I don't know in the web-based version if you're going to be able to do stuff like this. Take something and put it on another monitor very easily. Because right now, for instance, if I tried to drag this, well, I don't even know how to do it. If I tried to drag this to another monitor, or maybe this, I guess I can get it out, pop it out. Okay, so I can pop it out. I don't use the web-based version at all, so I can float it around here. But I cannot get out of this container. Now, I suppose somebody might say, well, just extend it. I guess extend it to all my monitors. I guess. I guess that's a way to do it. Not as elegant, but that is a way to do it, I suppose. But my problem is that I've got other things. I got my brokerage platform on another monitor. It's not as elegant. It's not as easy as just doing this. So I don't know if there's a limitation in our web-based version for doing that. Well, PJ, I hope you weren't sleeping, as some people say. I've slept on our QS is working out great for a late day trade. No, I'm just making sure. I just wanted to make sure that you had seen that it had taken out that level that we were interested in, that 13. Well, I was anyway, the 1305 level. So, is there anybody new still in the room, either rooms today, either in our YouTube room or the main room? Anybody still hanging around who is they new today or new this week? where that FSLR looks like it wants to take out that 210. You're right. You know what? I should have. You're right. Absolutely, Ori. You're absolutely right. And I'm saying you're absolutely right on the top. I have this thing actually thumbnailed. I know somebody mentioned it was just taking out three. I actually have it thumbnailed onto my other chart. Well, the thing, yeah, I'm gonna bring up our because it's funny, our charts in the let me just bring up our web-based version again. Now, you guys would not be able to do this, okay? I mean, you can have the web-based version up and running, and you can have two versions running at the same time. Obviously, I can because I've got a couple of different logins, but this is what I want to do. Yeah, you see how snappy the charts are. Look when I click on a symbol and boom, the chart's low. That's what this is not happening in the desktop version. I mean, that's the way it's supposed to be. Sorry, guys, I'm just following a very interesting discussion in internal discussion at Trade Ideas. Boy, this top is not. Yeah, I mean the high in the pre-market was 360. I mean, it still has some room. You look left on that weekly chart, and the next high is 385 for level. Well, that's because the initial alert at 9:37 it was moving down. Okay, and you would see it in blue. Okay, you would actually see it in blue, but one of the filters is it has to make a new high for the day. So look what happened at first 15-minute candle at 9:30. The high is 357. You will see top if it hits that high right there in blue. You will see it if it does, because everything obviously the relative volume is fine. The number, wow, look at the volume. Option number of contracts 52,000, 11 times normal. So, Kevin, do you have trade ideas? Well, I understand you have trade ideas. Okay. Why don't you load it then? Why don't you load the option scanner? We'll do it together. Just have to go to my home page, or do you have it? Do you have it already? All you have to do is go to my home page, go to my home page, and then click on the link I just put in there, scroll down, click on my scans, and here they are, option plays, and then don't repeat. Why don't you just load them? And then I'll show you what they are, but you should just load them. Now, if you don't know how to do that, just let me know, and I show you how to load something from that you're seeing here onto your screen. Okay, so yeah, that was the question before. Now it's only because I made a change. You don't have to do the same thing, right? What you're not going to see probably is BZH. Okay, because if I right click on this option plays, right click on it, and then go to configure all, and what that's going to do is the scans that I've got in there were some that have the same filters. So if I look at edit selected, so now what you have is a price between 1 and 30. Okay. That's the difference. 1 and 30. I made a change, I don't know, last week to make it 40. You don't have to, but I did make a change. And if you want to make the change, you can go ahead. Everything else should be the same. Remember, these are just templates, okay? This is not, I'm not trying to make everybody trade exactly the way I trade in terms of a price range or anything else. These are just templates that you can use. But so if you've got it loaded, just right click, configure all. Most of these will be checked. I'm sure they'll be all checked. Edit the selected. And then you'll see the price range is 1 and 40 for me now. You can change it to 1 and 40 if you want. Yours will probably say 1 and 30. Now, the other thing I did, and again, you don't have to, but the other thing I did is there are 4 alert windows in here. I unchecked the 300 percenters. So the only things that are checked right now are unusually strong options at 150%. Okay. Now you don't have to do the same thing. I thought it would be easier though, because now we're going to see 2 colors. The light blue is, a potential long, and the dark brown is a potential short. But you don't have to do that. So what this means is the 150%, that means, for that one of the filters is okay, it has to be trading at least 1.5 times normal in terms of number of contracts. So on average, over the last 10 days, and for me to see the stock today, it has to be trading at least 1.5 times that average that it did over the last 10 days. And that was 3 times, but I thought, you know what? 150 is probably enough, and it's more than likely most of these things are on the way to 300,000, or sorry, 300,000, 300%. These are ratio 300% or ratio of 3, and higher and higher and higher. I mean, look at the top, 1157%, which is 11 times normal. Hopefully that's not too confusing to everybody, but ah, you know what I lost sight of was the SHIF. I lost sight of it. Remember, I wanted to see this one, and it finally broke out of that consolidation. That's the SHYF. What's the float? We probably don't have that. That sounds like one of those new ones, right? Probably don't have any float information on it, but let's see. Oh, I'm wrong. 16 million. We have 16 million anyway. We have 16 million. And because this is new, most brokers probably can't short this. So that's why there's no real big short float percent. Well, there we go, guys. FSLR 210 now. And look what just showed up. PJ, QS, that means it made a new high. Every time we see QS up here, what's happening? It's making a new high for the day. Well, I think what was surprising about it yesterday, Alex, is that it sold off so much. I mean, it got up to, well, I shouldn't say that. You know why? I mean, the market just sold off. But a lot of times, when a stock has earnings or some specific news, the market doesn't affect it that much, but obviously it did. Because this got up to 1327, and that is a big, big, big drop percentage wise from the high of the day to where it closed. So now it is just snuck above yesterday's high. I don't know why the market sold off yesterday. I don't know if there was a um people are saying maybe the Bank of Japan did something, raise interest rate. I don't know. Hank, I didn't even see you today. Where were you? Must have been. Oh, FSLR right into the close, guys. This looks like it's just going to keep inching its way up, 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 up without me. There was the key right there. You talk about a VWAP play. Look at that VWAP play. 203.68. Actually, at that point on that break was around 202 something. Look at that. What a tremendous VWAP play. Just held the VWAP and then just kept breaking above. Well, not breaking above it, just kept moving higher and higher and higher. Oh, let's take a look outside. Yes, it's going to be a great writing day today. Well, is it a late day run? Well, look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. Okay, so all sorts of now as a flyer, maybe if it took a 58, the highs of the bodies of those two candles, maybe maybe it has an end of day run. But please, if you're going to do something like that, don't take very many shares. Have a wide stop. If you've had a good day, don't give it all back on this stupid thing here. Okay. Do I exercise on a daily basis? Monday to Friday, yes. And on the weekend, typically I take the weekends off. I might go for a bike ride, but not what I call an exercise ride. These rides I go on now are they're hard rides. You know, they're not the rides they're not my weekend rides, which are just sort of relaxing. Which one now, Kevy? Which one are you talking about specifically? I have 500 contracts is the minimum. Now, are you talking about did you just load the window? Because if you just loaded it now, you're not going to see everything. You're only going to see the last ones. But if you've had it up and running all day long, you should see everything that is $30 and under. So here are the settings. Okay, here are the settings. 1 in 40, relative volume is 3, 500,000 shares traded, and 500 contracts is down here. Count of 25 and 500 contracts. Okay, so okay, I'm all out of QS guys. Now, okay, guys, I am just about done. We've got another 3 minutes or so. I'll say later if there are questions, but if there are no questions, I will wrap it up fairly soon. MXL had earnings, I think yesterday. Yeah, the reaction was yesterday. Of course, this is the one that basically was supposed to be merging or buying out SIMO, and then they've backed out of the deal. So here is the news on this one. Silicon Motion SIMO will seek to enforce the merger deal with MaxLinear. On Wednesday, chipmaker MaxLinear shocked investors by announcing the termination of its deal to buy Silicon Motion. That happened just hours after the equally surprising news that the transaction had been approved by Chinese regulators. So again, if you're unfamiliar with what happened, take a look. I mean, imagine if you were an SIMO shareholder. This popped up to $95 on that news, and then you can see got all the way back down to 50, almost cut in half. I will. Thank you, PJ. Okay, guys, are there any other questions? All right, I don't see any. Okay, I don't see any questions, guys. So I think I'll shut this down now. Again, thank you for all the help, as always. And I'll be on the mic at 9. The main room will open no later than 8 o'clock. Okay, so you guys can talk amongst yourselves in the main room until I get live on the mic at 9. So have a great evening, or have a great evening. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday morning. And now for you YouTubers, the same sort of thing. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you guys Monday morning at 9 o'clock.